So, firstly, I wanted to give a big warm welcome to all of you. Thank you very much for joining us here in presence. Also, a big welcome to all of you who are joining us online. My name is Henry Grunen. I'm the project coordinator of the Citizen Energy Advisory Hub, and I want to welcome you, of course, to our first public conference, which is a one-day hybrid event, of course, with some people online. And it's dedicated to empowering citizen energy projects across Europe and achieving a clean, citizen-centered energy transition tailored to local needs. So a little bit about today, what we've got planned. It's an action-packed full agenda, lots of different activities, lots of guest speakers, and also the chance for some interactive discussion as well. So you're going to learn from us today. We're going to provide you some inputs onto, or some insights into what we're doing under the Citizen Energy Advisory Hub, what kind of support is out there for you, the different technical assistance and whatnot. It's a good chance to learn from others. As I mentioned, we've got a variety of different speakers who are going to be joining us on the stage, speaking about their experiences, different stakeholder groups, so small businesses, municipalities, among others, energy communities as well. There's the chance to develop your skills. So as I mentioned, we have an interactive workshop in the afternoon, mainly focused around stakeholder engagement, but it's a real opportunity for you to be able to share your thoughts, and also for us, because we have a very large project. We obviously want it to be as useful as possible, and we want you as the beneficiaries to gain the most that you can from it. So of course, we want to take some of those insights with us and see where we can incorporate them and taper our offering, let's say, to make it the most beneficial. And then finally, the last reason we have the conference is to network. You're all here in presence. There's a lot of you online as well. We have many different coffee breaks, lunch, reception, drinks as well, which gives you the opportunity to interact with each other. And we obviously would deeply encourage that. Part of this project is that we have a network. And of course, we have lots of different activities over the next couple of years for you to be able to engage further with each other. So, if I move to the next slide, we also have some exhibitors. You may have already seen that there's the coffee room just outside, but upstairs we have a number of different exhibitions from other projects which are being supported by the European Commission, all involving citizen energy in one way or another. So we have the citizen-led renovation, the EU Covenant of Mayors, Just Transition Platform, the Enercom facility, which some of you might be familiar with, which is obviously supporting energy communities, the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub, the Energy Behaviour Forum, the Smart Cities Marketplace, and of course our own project, the Citizen Energy Advisory Hub, where we have some printed leaflets and also the first published guidance document. So a big thank you to our exhibitors as well for joining us today. But of course, they're here for your benefit, so please obviously feel free to go up and speak to them. So a quick run through of our agenda. Fairly shortly, I'm going to pass over to Alejandro Ulceron, Head of Unit for the Director General of Energy under the European Commission, who's going to speak a bit around the role of citizens in the EU energy transition, giving a bit of a broader context on where this project is sitting. I'll do a quick introduction of exactly what we're doing under the project. And then we have our first panel, where we want to obviously discuss what is citizen energy, who is involved, and exactly how they can be involved as well, and the potential for the future as well. We then have a coffee break and info booth, so of course I would encourage you to go forth and network as much as possible and discover as much as you can. We then have a really interesting Energy Community Prize announcement from the Directorate General of Research and Innovation. We then go into far more detail in panel 2 of exactly what we're offering under the project. So I'll invite different members of the Citizen Energy Advisory Hub team, which are scattered across the room, and I'm sure you'll become familiar with their faces throughout the day. And they're going to come onto the stage and speak in a bit more detail around what we're offering through the project. After lunch, we go into a bit more detail, so we invite some speakers from specific initiatives who are going to come up and speak about certain technologies and the different challenges that they've overcome and some of the key success stories. And then finally, we have our interactive workshop session, as I mentioned, where you'll split into breakout groups and be able to talk in more detail about stakeholder engagement and what is useful for your stakeholder group. closing finally with a drinks reception at the end. Okay, so a quick bit of housekeeping. I think quite important for a lot of people is the Wi-Fi. So here is the password. Well, I think we'll leave that up on the screen for a moment just so everyone can connect or take a photo. In the meantime, there's also no scheduled fire drill, so if the alarm does sound, please follow signs to the nearest exit. You've got an exit at the back of the room where you can see Thomas stood up, and there is also an exit just here to my left, so not the main entrance, but just here next to this door. The toilets are in the entranceway corridor, so they're just there on the left-hand side. And finally, the event is being recorded. So of course, if you need to nip out for a coffee, or for those of you online, if you step away from the screen, hopefully the event is going to be published on our website. So then you'll get a good chance to look back and be able to look in more detail at some of the topics that are covered. Next slide. If you post on social media today, we would ask that you please use the following 2 hashtags. This way we can obviously see the posts about the day, gain some feedback, and gain some traction as well online. So that's that. We also are using Slido today. So Slido is an interactive tool. So when we have the Q&A part, which we have an awful lot today, we would ask you to connect using the QR code. And then input your thoughts and inputs into the app. This will also be used for the workshop session as well. So when we have the interactive questions, we want you to obviously provide your answers through Slido as well. So a quick warm-up to get everyone used to using Slido. First question, not too difficult. Which country are you joining from today? I would expect most in the room, or many in the room, to be from Brussels, but considering we're online as well, hopefully we have a broad spectrum. Excellent. So a big variety there. Belgium and Italy in contention. Italians are everywhere. But as expected, Belgium just taking the prize, let's say. So if we look at the next slide. So what type of participant are you? I appreciate that's quite a broad question, so we've put a few multiple choice options up there. So if you can see what category you might best fit into, we can get a good idea of who's in the room. And as you can see, quite a broad range already. So this is obviously showing the value of these kinds of events and bringing everyone together. So academic, NGO, small business or enterprise, high up on that list as well. And that's great to see 67 of you connected already. Perfect. So I think we can move on to the next slide. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Alejandro Ulceron, who's head of unit of the Directorate General of Energy from the European Commission, who's going to provide a few opening words for you. So welcome, Alejandro. Thank you. Thank you.
So, good morning thanks a lot for the kind introduction. Good morning to all of you on behalf of the European Commission, Directorate General for Energy. It's really great to be here today in this conference, in this event, which, as Henry has said, it's about talking, sharing experiences, but also inspiring each other. So, my name, as Henry said, is Alejandro Ulceron. I'm the head of unit for the Just Transition, Consumers and Local Initiatives in the Directorate General of Energy of the European Commission, and I am joined here by the leader of the project, which is Katharina Hartmans, who is really the colleague working with Henry very hard to make this project happen. So, why? It's really great to be here, and by the way, also welcome online. The good thing about the tricky thing about online participants is you never know where they are, but I know online participants are there somehow, so I would also like to very much welcome them. So, Henry, you said it. Today is about talking, sharing experiences, inspiring, but more than talking, I think today is about listening. So I will try to keep my talking short, because what I would like to go into is the listening part, in which you will all play an important role. So today is about citizens and energy. And this is not like two different things. We're here in the context of Europe, of the European Union, and energy policy is really an important driver of the European project. But it will never succeed. The energy transition will never succeed if citizens are not at the center of it and take ownership of it and are the real drivers of the energy transition. So that is very, very, very important that we have this event today, which is a first of a kind and in the kind of project, in order to really put you as persons, as individuals, but also as representatives of your different institutions, which were so well represented here, at the center of the work that we do to drive forward the energy transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Because I would really like to insist on that. A just transition is one which puts the citizens at the center, making sure that no one, no person, no community, no region is left behind. So that is why we're meeting today. This is just one of the, let's say, several initiatives that in the European Commission we try to put forward to put citizens at the center, to empower citizens, to empower local actors, so that you all take an active role in the energy transition. I was very happy to see the slide where you showed, Henry, the different initiatives that we have there, and I invite everyone to look into them, because there's a lot going on, and it is important that we are aware of the different opportunities that we have for citizens to play a role in the transition. One important part of the work on the transition is energy communities, and the good news is that we have seen energy communities really develop and take up in recent years. That's important because, voila, it's important that local actors can organize themselves as a collective to produce energy, to sell energy, to share their own renewable energy. All that's good. And the Citizens Energy Advisory Hub is really a key element in making this, well, not in making this happen, in making sure that this goes to the next level, that this is replicated and we really exploit at the maximum the potential of energy communities. And how the Citizens Energy Advisory Hub can do that? Via technical assistance, via experience sharing, as we're going to do today, and also via citizens engagement. And today's citizens engagement exercise, a very nice event, which is last but not least, where really we want to hear from you what we need to do at European level to go forward and to get all the potential of energy communities. And there will be a number of things, let's say methodological stuff that you will be working on or hear about during the course of the day. You will be hearing about the mapping of the legal frameworks, what are the different initiatives that are there, and especially you will be reflecting about how you can make an impact on the ground. And by the way, we don't start from scratch this work. There were predecessors to this project. There was the Energy Communities Repository. There is the Rural Energy Communities Advisory Hub. So we already have an experience, and as I said, what we want to do now is to bring that experience to the next level. One important element here is awareness. One explicit objective of this project, and for that we count on you, is to raise awareness among the diversity of actors who can play an important role in the energy transition. I'm referring here to local communities, to farmers, to small business owners, to NGOs, to households, all and many other categories of the population, of people, of our fellow citizens. They can really play a role in bringing forward renewable energy projects, and it is important that everyone in the society is aware of the opportunities they have to participate and to drive forward the energy transition. And that's why I'm happy that we will have a first panel precisely bringing together representatives of different sectors of society to share their own experiences, their own perspectives, their own challenges, and also the opportunities that they have made. But I think that sharing the experience is what is important, because we learn from each other, the European institutions learn from you, and we can really drive things forward. The potential for energy communities is huge. It can really be an important share of renewable energy capacity by 2030, and as you know, that is what we're working on. So we really count on energy communities to play a substantive part there. And by the way, we are not talking only about energy. Energy communities, they also have a potential to improve social cohesion. They bring people together working on a common project. They have an important role to play to fight energy poverty, which is one of the most important objectives of energy policy right now. And they can work to support vulnerable households, and also they can bring society around the energy transition. They can, make sure that everyone feels involved with the energy transition. Not everything is super good. There are obstacles, of course, and we need to be aware of those obstacles, and we need to look at them in the face to learn from that and to see what we can do about it. For instance, there are obstacles when it comes to financing, and there are obstacles when it comes to finding expertise, in particular in the first moment when you are creating an energy community. Also, the amount of people who are currently involved in driving energy communities is rather limited, with limited skills, with limited access to legal or financial advice, and we need to make sure that this is not stays limited, but this is really available to society in the broader sense. And then there is, as I said, a little bit of the paperwork. Paperwork is important. It's substantive, it needs to be done, but somehow we need to look at how things can be simplified when we want to bring forward an energy community. And as I am representing the European Commission, European Union here, I should say that, of course, again, we don't start from scratch. There is already a framework, there is already a legal and enabling framework. But this framework is rather unevenly implemented across different countries, different member states. So this is one thing that we want to look at closely, and Katarina and my colleagues and myself, we are really looking into it and working on it as we speak. Because what we know is that when the enabling framework works, we see much more energy communities, we see much more citizen engagement, and things go much better when it comes to driving the energy transition forward. And here, I'm trying to stick to what I said at the beginning, which is that I would not speak a lot, but I think I have already spoken a lot. Just one free advertising from me, from the European Commission, because of course I should be telling you what we are working on right now. And in all this context, what we're working on is something very important and pertinent to today's discussion, which is the Citizens' Energy Package. The Citizens' Energy Package is an initiative which the Commission plans to adopt in the next months. It won't take long. So we're talking here about a few months. This is a policy initiative which was announced by President von der Leyen in her mission letter to Commissioner Jørgensen. Commissioner Jørgensen is the Commissioner for Housing and Energy, and probably know that at the beginning of the mandate, each commissioner receives a letter from the president, which is kind of a job description. So you have to do this, and this, and that. So among the things that Commissioner Jørgensen has to deliver, there is this Citizens' Energy Package, which would focus at empowering and enabling citizens to get the most from the energy transition, but also to be participants of the energy transition. So there will be strong emphasis on affordability there, because as you know, having access to affordable energy is one of the key objectives. But there will be also a whole set of actions devoted to tackling energy poverty, which, as I said, is one of the important things, one important objective of the European Union itself. And then, of course, there will be a chunk of actions devoted to getting the most of the regulatory framework that we have, making sure that the rights of consumers are enforced, and in general that consumers are empowered to get the best of the energy system in Europe. And there, one important thing that we're working on is precisely on how to bring energy communities to the next level. So what you are discussing here today is a very important feedback to the work that we are doing. We are also working, but as I said, I would try to keep it long. We are also working on a heating and cooling strategy, for instance, in the European Commission. Heating and cooling is very important, and that's, I think, why we will have another discussion later in the day on heating and cooling, which, voila, it's another angle to the work that we're doing. So, voila. Now I really stop. Citizens are at the center of the transition. You represent citizens. There's a great diversity today here from your backgrounds, from the countries you come from your experiences. One of the key objectives here is that you speak, you share your experiences, you hear from you, and we get inspired by you, because it is not me, it's probably not Katarina, it's not us sitting in the offices that we're going to make the energy transition happen. It is you who are going to make the energy transition happen. And in that vein, I thank you very much for being there. I stop talking. Have a great day.
Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you very much, Alejandro. That was a really nice introduction to the session. I think has given us a really good overview of how citizens can be involved and obviously what's going on at the higher EU level, especially some insights onto the citizen energy package, which I think is eagerly anticipated by a lot of different actors. So I'm going to give you a quick overview now into what we're actually doing under the Citizen Energy Advisory Hub. We'll pass through a few slides to give you a bit of an idea, and then fairly shortly I'll also pass over to my colleague Puyan, who will come up and we'll have our first panel session. So here we are. So what is the Citizen Energy Advisory Hub? Well, as Alejandro has already mentioned, the energy system in Europe is changing. It's becoming more decentralized and tailored to local needs, and that involves obviously empowering citizens and bringing citizens much more into the energy systems that we currently have. So the Citizen Energy Advisory Hub empowers citizens and communities, one, to take an active role in energy projects and to benefit from clean energy initiatives through a platform of resources, tools, and support. Next slide. So, how are they doing that? Well, the initiative is obviously focusing on affordable energy, increasing access to renewables, and improving energy efficiency. And you can see that there's a range of activities that we're supporting. So when we talk about involvement of citizens and the types of activities, this can range from renewable energy production and storage, to energy sharing, energy efficiency improvements, demand response. For those of you that are not fully clear, so demand response is obviously things like smart meters, where you look in real time at what tariffs you're paying, and then effectively the consumption of electricity and the demand on the grid, and then being able to act as a consumer in real time. So whether that might be just the case of putting on a washing machine in the middle of the night as opposed to the middle of the day. And then energy sharing looks more at the supply side, so looking at real-time supply into the grid, so where you have maybe a household that's producing their own energy and they self-consume some of that, but there's a surplus. There's the opportunity to be able to share that, perhaps within the same condominium with other households in real time. There's also climate dialogues and energy information sessions. So when we talk about climate dialogues, my colleague Giovanni, I think, will speak a bit more around citizen energy panels. And this is effectively things that can be set up, or dialogues or assemblies that can be set up by municipalities that can really involve citizens and local communities to be able to discuss energy topics. So who will cheer support? Well, we've spoken about it a little bit already as well. It's there to support everyone, but we've tried to obviously loosen, or not loosen, tighten that term, because everyone is very broad. So You can see here, households, small businesses, municipalities and local authorities, energy communities, social economy actors, and small-scale NGOs are among the main groups that we're looking to support. Next slide. So we acknowledge that there's a lot of different challenges at the moment, and things like the Citizen Energy Package will hopefully look to overcome some of those, and also the support that we're providing through the project. Some of the key challenges that we've already acknowledged or we recognize are financing and economic barriers, shortages in capacity and expertise, inclusion of vulnerable groups. I mean, as I mentioned, we have the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub here as well. And this is something that we see in a lot of different activities. Vulnerable groups are often excluded. There's a lack of trust and participation. Inconsistent national implementation and lack of enabling frameworks can also be an issue. So often you'll find that there's been support for things like energy communities. Under this project, we're looking to really broaden that scope to make sure that no one is excluded. So effectively, projects that really are involving citizens and have an awful lot of value, but maybe don't fall under a specific scope or definition at the moment, they would fall under the bracket of this project. So that's what we're really trying to do, is really have a really inclusive model and try and have as much support as possible for those that maybe don't fall into a specific definition. And then lack of information on participation options, which hopefully we'll be able to also clear up as well. And how are we going to do this? We're going to try and support and inspire the development of energy communities, aid local actors to create enabling conditions in local energy systems, and build capacity for a range of stakeholders. Next slide. So some of our main activities, we've split these into 3 main groups. So we have capacity building and technical assistance. My colleague Elodie, and also, as I mentioned, Giovanni, will speak on direct technical assistance, for which we have an open call, and also the citizen energy panels, which are also open. We have networking and peer-to-peer exchanges. So this is the first of 2 large public conferences, as well as other networks. And then finally, we have some key outputs and deliverables. Puyan, who I think has just left the room, is going to speak in a bit more detail around these points. So looking at guidance documents relating to specific technologies, best practice case studies as well. We want to showcase as many successful initiatives as we can. And then also some country policy profiles, so looking at the legal context within each of the EU member states. Finally, we also have a quarterly newsletter which comes out. So you can sign up to the newsletter via our website. I also think I have the next slide which speaks on the newsletter. But we also have a website. So if you haven't already familiarized yourself with that, please do scan the QR code and you can have a good look through that. You can also see the opportunity to go through a customer journey based on your stakeholder type and look at the resources that are maybe tapered specifically to your needs. Finally, we have the newsletter, which you can sign up to. I think we have our 3rd version of the newsletter, which has come out this month. So obviously, would really encourage you to sign up to that. So even if you're not fully engaged day to day with what's going on with the project, you can at least gain a bit of an update every few months and see what might be relevant to you, because there's so many different publications that are coming out and different activities. So that's it from me. So I'm going to pass over fairly shortly to Puyan, who is going to be moderating the first panel session. The first panel is going to focus on what is citizen energy and exactly who is involved. So it's going to feature speakers from bodies and that represent different stakeholder groups. They're going to demonstrate the range of projects and actors involved in energy projects, and each speaker is going to provide a bit of an overview of their organization, and then how their members are involved in different projects, the challenges they face to be involved, and typical challenges they might be facing particular to that stakeholder group. And then also how the EC or the European Commission might already have been supporting those groups with high-level clean energy initiative examples. So as I invite the guests up, I would ask you if you can please have a look at this Slido poll, so if we all reconnect, and have a go at answering this question: what does citizen energy mean for you? Which I imagine we're going to receive quite a broad range of responses, and hopefully we can come up with a bit more of a scope around what this is and gain a bit more of a aligned narrative by the end of this session. So, another thing just to point out is obviously we will have Q&A during these panel sessions, so please connect to Slido at any point if you've got any questions, and make sure you put your questions in there. That obviously goes for those online and in the room. I would like to now bring up Puyan Maliki, my colleague, as he will be coming up to moderate this session. Can I also please invite Ilonka Marcelis from Community Power Coalition. We have Elodie Bossio from the EU Covenant of Mayors, John Echenove from Small Business Standards, and Rodrigo Alonso from Social Economy Europe. So welcome to all of you. Thank you very much for joining us. Okay. So I think we may have some answers from what does citizen energy mean for you? So as you can see, there's an awful lot of responses there. Myth busting, reviewing legislations, SMEs, people engagement, but the main answer there is democracy and citizens and participation, which I think encompasses very well what we're looking to do. I don't know if you have any thoughts you want to add to that, Puyan.
Quite a broad diversity of inputs there. I think those main ones are probably of no surprise to us, but I think what I find really interesting are things such as resilience and affordability and solidarity. I mean, as you know, Alejandro, these are linking very much to some of the key EU priorities right now, and I think one of the things we really need to try to do as part of this initiative and more broadly as part of a movement is link the relevance, the very clear relevance of citizen and community energy to some of the key EU priorities and make sure that in the future programming period, it remains to be something of a center of the energy, of the political priorities and fuel further action on the topic. What other thoughts do you have, Henry? Wow. So many coming in, I didn't expect such a diversity.
Yeah, there's an awful lot there. I mean, we've spoken obviously affordability, fairness, but then I think there's a lot there around people engagement, involvement, and that's obviously something that we really hope to encompass as well in the project. So not just those elements on inclusivity and making sure that the more vulnerable groups are protected, but also this element of making sure that this initiative is there for everybody. So.
Absolutely, and again, on democracy as well, it's something that we see obviously in jeopardy in many places of the world, so it's good to see that, again, this is another principle core to the EU's values that citizen energy can really help to promote, so let's see how we can take that forward.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for all of your inputs. So I'll leave you with Puyan. I'll also leave you this so that you can control the slides for each of the speakers as well. So thank you very much, and I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, I'm not going to say much now, but other than, I'm Puyan Maliki, very happy to be here to moderate this first panel discussion. Of course, deeply engaged in the CEAH activities and leading on Task 2 on best practices and case studies, so I'll be eagerly listening to your inputs to see if you have any interesting initiatives that we can further develop in our project. Of course, in the next panel, I will discuss to you more what we're doing in that regard. So I'd like to hand over to our first panelist speaker, Ilonka Marcelis from the Community Power Coalition. Please feel free to introduce yourself a little bit more and your work, and we look forward to your presentation. So I'd like to remind that you will have 7 minutes, and please do try to stick to that time frame, because we have many discussions together which we'd like to have, and also give the opportunity to those here in the room and online to ask some burning questions. So let's go ahead.
All right, thank you. And thank you for inviting me up here. Hello, everyone. So my name is Ilonka Marcelis, and I'm here to talk about the Community Power Coalition. And personally, I'm also involved with RESCOPE, which is the European Federation of Energy Communities, where I'm vice president. So what is the Community Power Coalition? There we go. We have been advocating for a role for community energy in the energy system already for over 12 years now. What we aim to do is to really raise awareness and promote the fact that people can collectively organize themselves, become an energy community, and take an active role in the energy system. So what we're trying to do with this coalition is to build a strong movement of all the actors involved to raise awareness about energy communities and give them a strong position. What does the network consist of? It's quite a big network already. We have 62 members, which vary greatly between big networks, such as my own federation, Rescope, but also ICLAI and Energy Cities, which combine more the municipalities. Also Housing Europe, with the housing associations. And then we have Friends of the Earth, Greenpeace, but also Bankwatch. So it's a big variety of actors that have said, we want to have more energy communities and we want citizens to play this active role in the system. We started with writing a vision statement. I brought a couple copies, so I'm not going to read it now completely, but if you want to read it, it's here. And it basically states that European Union should offer an active role for energy communities and should support this with enabling frameworks, capacity building, etc. Let's take a step back. Let's take a step back because I'm not sure if everyone is aware. What is actually an energy community? In the Renewable Energy Directive, there's a very clear definition, very specific definition of when you qualify as an energy community. This is a little summary of it. It basically means that you can have an active role as citizens to be the owner and decision maker of the energy system. Some characteristics are specifically that the ownership is held by the local actors, and also the decision making is done by the local actors in a democratic way. What does democratic mean? It means that independent of how much money you might invest in the project or how much energy you take out of it, every person has an equal voting right over the energy system, creating a more just and democratic energy system. Then there's, of course, voluntary membership. Everybody should be able to join. And the aim is not to make a profit. The aim is to create value for the local community. Now, energy communities do not only consist of citizens. Small local authorities can also be a member. Small to medium enterprises can be a member. So you're really combining all the stakeholders in a local community to have them organize collectively and own and run an energy system. Now, what do we see as some benefits? There's 10 summarized here. I will not go through all of them, but basically, of course, we play a role in creating more renewable energy. We mobilize local capital. But what I want to focus on are number 9 and 10. And Alejandro already mentioned it also. We really also strengthen social cohesion. It's an abstract term, but it basically means neighbors get familiar again with their neighbors. They talk more with each other, they know each other better, and they start supporting each other also in other areas of their life. And it reinforces local democracy. Fighting energy poverty is also on there. I heard you mention it. Our members are actively doing this. Yeah, so what is the Power Coalition doing? Of course, I have to mention this because it relates a lot to what the Energy Advisory Hub is doing, one of them. So we do, of course, advocacy, but also capacity building and communication. Let's zoom in on the capacity building. The main output is that we've made a practical handbook on how to do community energy, and it's translated to 12 different languages. So all across Europe, you can have a handbook to explain you what is community energy. And then lastly, we focus on all of these aspects to enable energy communities. The first one is that there should be a clear definition of energy communities. I've mentioned that on your European level, we have the Renewable Energy Directive with a clear definition, and now all member states have to transpose this to their own national legislation. And here we really see that not every member state has done this correctly or sufficiently, and there is really an unequal situation right now where some member states have not implemented the European legislation correctly yet. So that's a barrier that was already mentioned by the other speakers. Second one is access to financial support, access to capital. It's something we're actively supporting, trying to raise capital, trying to help our members raise capital, but it's also still a big barrier. Then the other ones are to trying to decrease the regulatory conditions and make access to information aware. Okay, I think that's it for now. I'm inviting you to join our coalition. So if you're part of an organization that wants to support energy communities, you can still join our coalition and be a part of this movement. You can visit our website and there you can find more information. And of course, join a local energy community yourself if you have not done so yet.
Thank you for this very clear and concise presentation. And indeed, it's important to note that, of course, much of the work that you've done, especially this very extensive handbook, is really a benchmark for much of the community energy movement, and indeed has been the source for inspiration to build on as part of the guidance documents that we've been creating and will be creating throughout the Citizen Energy Advisory Hub program. So looking forward to seeing your feedback on how that fits together over the coming years. What I'd like to ask, perhaps just as a short follow-up, is, I mean, you've obviously come across an enormous range and diversity of community energy initiatives. Is there any one particular one you'd like to share that, you know, has particularly caught your attention, or you find, worth sharing with the audience today? And perhaps you can describe it briefly to us.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, being part of this Federation of Energy Communities, I have the privilege to see and visit so many projects across Europe where local communities have come together and created really awesome projects. But I personally work in the Netherlands also for the Dutch Federation of Energy Communities. And here we've really seen a rise of energy communities that want to get involved in the heat transition. Alejandro was already mentioning the heating and cooling strategy. In the Netherlands, all houses have individual natural gas boilers. Great, but natural gas we might not want to use anymore. So we need alternatives. And one of the alternatives is to build a district heating system, so collective heating solution using maybe aquathermal sources, or in the afternoon we're going to talk about technology. But anyway, a sustainable source. And 2 weeks ago, I was at one of the first projects in the Netherlands where a completely community-owned district heating system has started building. So 2 weeks ago, we were on the construction site, celebrating that they managed to get all the capital together to start building. And it's a unique project. It's in the city center of Amsterdam. So if you're ever in Amsterdam, go visit it. It's houses that are built in 1800s, so really old houses. And the neighborhood consists of some privately owned homes, but also social housing and small to medium enterprises. And together, 1,200 stakeholders are now collectively owning this district heating system. And the project was able to be realized quite fast because there was a high level of support, because everybody felt involved, everybody could take part in the decision making, even though it means like renovation of their homes. It means all the streets will open up in front of their houses. So it's quite an intense, renovation. But the project managed to get through. And 2 weeks ago we had the party. And at the party, it was just the best feeling ever because the whole community came together. And I spoke to a girl who said that she had grown up there in the neighborhood. So she was 25 maybe. She said she'd never met as many neighbors as she'd done over the past few months because of this community project. So it brings people together. Yeah.
Sounds fascinating. Thanks very much for sharing. And as part of the CEAH missions, in which we'll be going to visit 10 initiatives in person to investigate in depth what's happening, I think we have an excellent candidate for next year. Maybe we go for your Christmas party next year as well. So it seems like there's great spirits. Great. So moving on to our second panelist, we have Elodie Bossiot, who is, of course, not only a key member of Citizen Energy Advisory Hub, but many of you who are participating today will also be participating in the European Energy Community Facility National Experts Meeting, and Elodie is also coordinating that wonderful group of national experts. So do tell us about something a little bit different to that, which is the EU Covenant of Mayors, and we'll of course explore some of the linkages with CEAH and ENECOM later on. So.
Thank you, Puyan. Thank you so much. So I'm Elodie Bossiot. I'm here today representing the EU Covenant of Mayors. As Puyan said, you might have met me with different hats, but the reason why I'm here today, obviously, is because some people were not available, but also because I spent the first 10 years of my life in Brussels working at the EU Covenant of Mayors for the cities and alongside cities, and it has been a very incredible movement and initiative. And now I'm working more with energy communities and citizen energy, so I have this dual, let's say, perspective. So I'll walk you through the Covenant of Mayors initiative and what it is and how citizens are involved. So first of all, the Covenant of Mayors initiative is an initiative financed by DG ENER. It's the largest global community of local authorities committed to tackling climate change. So today it gathers more than 11,000 signatories, and you also have the support of networks of local authorities, energy agencies, provinces and regions, and it's really a tremendously big movement. It's one of its kind, and it has been active since 2008. And over the years, what is also very interesting is the covenant evolved with EU policies. So we added the adaptation pillar, we added the energy poverty pillar, so that cities develop inclusive plans, mitigation and adaptation plans. But it has remained it has kept, let's say, the core mission to empower cities to showcase their ambition. It's, I think, one of the big force of the covenants is that cities, through this EU movement, can show that they're often more ambitious than their national government, and they're really voluntarily committed to reducing their CO2 emissions. I don't remember all my slides, so yes. So to translate this ambition into actions, municipalities develop sustainable energy and climate action plans, so the CEAHs. So the plans, usually they must include, you know, like municipal buildings, tertiary buildings, transport sectors, but usually, you know, when they start developing their emission inventory to develop then the plan, they face quickly the challenge of, yeah, well, if I just work on municipal assets, my plan will just be on a very small share and portion of the emission of my territory. So naturally, you have to include citizens in the plan, and this is a very crucial and key challenge for municipalities to involve the citizens. And so, let me see what I have next. So what I did in this presentation, and that is the core, let's say, like of intervention, I tried to look at how cities involve citizens, how Covenant of Mayor cities try to involve citizens, both when they develop their plans, so, but also, obviously, when they implement it, and what are the measures that you can find in municipal action plans that could be interesting. And each time I tried as well with, I think it's called magnifying lens in English. You can look up these names with actions, and you'll find some very interesting examples. So, I have one on a participatory process. So usually to plan the CEAH, you can have obviously workshops, consultations, focus groups, but one of the very important tools that I was very happy to see as well in the Citizen Energy Advisory Hub is the possibility for cities to do climate assemblies, climate and energy assemblies, to collectively decide on what are the actions that make more sense. And this is, as much as it is a very interesting process, it's also a very costly and time-consuming process to make sure your process is really participatory and inclusive. Like, how you maybe have interpreters for immigrant communities. You might need vouchers to make sure that everyone, you know, like people who would maybe normally work on the weekends, with doing some small jobs, might participate to your assembly. You might need childcare for this. So this is a really, you have very interesting examples. I need to speed up. Ilanka spoke about, obviously, energy community. I think we'll speak a lot about energy community, so I won't speak too much about it. But really, like the municipality, usually they can obviously provide the access to municipal assets. They can also give this sense of trust that would really help and support the development of the first stages of the energy community. Obviously, this is the best place usually to start awareness and communication campaign, education campaigns, because they have access to schools. And you will find very great programs from cities. I've also identified some nice initiatives, climate walks in Dresden and Linz, storytelling in Milan, where you have a website where you have like Ambrogio and Gaia climate story and how they tackle the heat issue in the city of Milan. Serious games with the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes Energy Agency climate story tool, where you work together as a territory to see what are the adaptation hazards you will face and how you can put this into your plan. I wanted to mention as well like a more technological solution where the city would organize a hackathon or living labs and trying to be and to test innovative solutions in the city. And one other very important aspect that is also really interesting is all these green participatory budgets. So you have cities who dedicate part of a budget to initiatives, and citizens can vote on these initiatives and develop very interesting green projects that are really in line with local priorities. This are some campaigns, and I would like to stop on with this is my last slide. So next year will be the Citizen Energy Package year, and the examples I researched today, I think will be also the examples that we will see like next year's with a homegrown energy campaign that will spotlight local efforts in supporting citizen-led energy projects. So I think today I will hear, I guess, a lot of very nice examples that would be part of this homegrown energy campaign. And that is my last slide. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Elodie. Thank you very much, Elodie, if we can pass this along. So I'd like to also ask you for a short follow-up, of course, with regards to the European Energy Community Facility. We have, by the way, in the exhibition center at the end, the left at the top, a little stand for our project. And well, our project coordinator just walked out. I wanted to ask her to give us a wave. But Elodie, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about this really flagship initiative under the Life Clean Energy Transition Program, how it links with the Covenant of Mayors and CEAH briefly, because of course there's a lot of interlinkages, but at a high level, how do these all fit together, basically?
Is it working? No. Yes. Okay. So the Energy Community Facility, it's so as you said, a Live City initiative. We sorry, how does it link with the Covenant of Mayors? There's no direct link, but what was very interesting and what his idea stemmed from is the city facility. So when the Covenant of Mayors was created, so this was like, how do we get cities to commit to developing climate plans, energy and climate plans? But then we quickly found out that obviously you need funding. And usually the big financial instruments like the EIB, ELENA, these are too big projects, too big investments for small cities. And the Covenant is mainly about small and medium-sized municipalities. So we had this a very interesting initiative that is still ongoing, the city facility, where grants, 60,000 euro grants are given to cities to develop their investment plans. And so helping really them to develop investment programs that will help them implement their plans. And so this was a bit like where the also energy communities come from, because we have this very great experience from the city facility. And with the ENACAM facility, we're hoping that with 45,000 euros, we can really help emerging communities develop their business plans and have the first, let's say, like seed money that will really start the process and make sure they have a really sound business plan that will, at the end of the day, help them structure their organization and make sure the projects will be implemented, and also that we have the best technical, legal expertise So it's also a way to speed up the development from idea to project.
Crystal clear. Thanks very much, Elodie. And as I mentioned, if you'd like to learn more, both about the Covenant as well as the European Energy Community Facility, during the break, we have some stands to provide more information. John Echanove from the Small Business Standards, I'd like to hand the floor over to you.
Is it working? Yeah, oh, fantastic. Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much, CEAH, for inviting us, and thank you, all of you, for joining today. As you see on the slide, I represent an organization that is an European association that is Small Business Standards. There are two parts of the name: small businesses and standards. And hopefully, I will be able to convey to you why standards matters for SMEs and for citizens' initiatives. Now, I think that SMEs are important is an understatement. In the case of small business standards, we represent more than 20 million SMEs through our memberships. But broadly speaking, we're looking at 2/3 of the jobs creations in Europe, more than half of the value creation. And one of the things that we try to compensate with the support of the European Commission, because we're heavily funded by the European Commission, is to make sure that SMEs are represented in the standardization world. Why should that matter? Now, the standards are the invisible infrastructure in most of the production or economic transactions. And the only moment where people realize that standard exists is when they fail. Yeah, so if you have a plumber that suddenly the fittings don't match, then you say, oh, bloody hell, and you know, that's a standard behind, yeah? When you go to a country and you cannot plug it, oh, there's a standard behind. Now, so in general terms, you need standards for interoperability, but it's beyond that. The use of standards are a tool to ensure cost reduction, diversity of products. Very often in Europe, a way to comply with regulation. So it's a broad tool for market access, for innovation, and to create diversity for users. Why do we exist? We exist because most SMEs are unaware that a standard exists, or when they're aware of it, they have enormous difficulties to contribute to the standardization process. It's very expensive. It's heavily dominated by big players that have the resources to develop the technical specifications. Often are very complex elements, so small businesses may not have one person that dominates all the technical areas that are covered in one standard. And it's very hard for SMEs often to identify what is the right standard that they should implement, and even knowing how to do it. That is the reason for our existence, yeah? And we do different things, yeah? Like raising awareness, encouraging SMEs, representing SMEs, and helping SMEs. Now, the advantage of making sure that SMEs are participating in designing the standards is that, as I said, it will make sure that you have more choices for consumers, that the cost normally of the products and the services are lower, and you have more innovative solutions. Now, the problem of not having a standard, SMEs involving SMEs, will lead to a situation that will hamper all of our efforts in this particular theme in the technology transmission. Why? Because if we don't have SMEs or the voice of SMEs in designing and drafting the technical standards, it can lead to a situation of unlock-in technologies where all SMEs are forced to respond to one particular technology trajectory designed by big players. Yeah? And that is a situation that happens very often. Okay? If I develop a standard that is not technology neutral, then all the SMEs that are implementing this product will have to follow my technology and not other. And that will lead to an increase of costs for consumers or for citizens. Yeah? Now, the second element, if standards do not bring the voice of SMEs, making sure that they are open, they are not proprietary solutions of big players in the standards, but those standards represent trust. And they are referred, for example, in public procurement, the threshold will be too high for SMEs to actually benefit from tendering in those projects, who will naturally be won by big players because from a technological point of view, they cannot, even at local level. Even at local level, if the standards do not represent the voice of SMEs, even with the good intentions to refer to good technical specifications, it will put away SMEs. And the final thing is that if I have innovative solutions, but I cannot access those technical committees to bring my technology as an SME because I'm very small and I cannot invest a lot of time, standards will not consider my technological path, and therefore we will lose the space. Now, in the renewable energy sector, we made a study. You have the QR code. I guess the slides will be distributed. And what you will see is two things. First of all, how important SMEs are in all the single renewable sectors. Depending on the sector, sometimes in the production, bringing technologies, sometimes in the implementation, sometimes providing complementary services. But you will also see is how few of them are involved in the standardization process. So we have an unbalance of SMEs, which are the industrial fabric to make sure that we can move ahead the energy transition because the technologies are there, but they're not represented enough in the technical description of what is available for citizens or consumers. Yeah? You see here in the different technological sectors where we have the SMEs, and depending on where they are, the role in the standardization process is more or less different or have a different strategy. I give you two very brief examples. Solar photovoltaic, which is obviously very well known. The reality is that we still don't have standards for fire safety for installers, yeah? Which is an increasing risk, and therefore there is an element of cost that is increased due to the higher risk. We have standards that require SMEs to retest the products, which is a double cost for SMEs with big multinationals or big corporates. They don't care so much. This can be solved participating in the standardization work. Solar thermal energy. They do have work on standards and a certification, and is a key mark. However, most people are unaware of the value of that standard for their products. Most people are not aware of how good solar thermal technology is and what the key mark certification represents. Yeah? In solar thermal, SMEs are leading the technologies, yet they are not represented in the standardization committees. Yeah? What we want from small business standards, we want to know the needs of SMEs. We want to be able to connect with you in the renewable sector to tell us these standards or these technologies are a business case for us, or this is an obstacle for us. That is the information we need to work on increasing the representation of SMEs in the standardization, so we make sure that SMEs have more tools, cheaper solution, and more adaptable and more interoperable to build the energy transition. And I think that's for me, and have the perfect time. Thank you so much.
Absolutely perfect timing. And in order to standardize a little bit the timings and make sure that we don't go over time and have enough time for each of the panels and sessions, I go straight to you, Rodrigo. Rodrigo Alonso from Social Economy Europe, share with you your presentation. And then soon we will also have an opportunity for questions and discussions from online and in-person audiences as well. So you can already start submitting questions, I understand. So in order to get some level of prioritization on your on what you want to know, feel free to already go on the Slido and shoot away. But for now, Rodrigo.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Rodrigo Alonso from Social Economy Europe. I would like to start thanking for inviting us to this important event, and to my colleagues for the interesting presentations. I've already seen some potential alignments and synergies, which I find quite interesting. I will start by presenting a bit the concept of social economy to those who might not be that familiar with it, then the work we do at Social Economy Europe, and finally we'll focus a bit more on the field of energy. So Social Economy Europe, we are the organization representing the social economy at European level. The social economy, which is defined in the Social Economy Action Plan of the European Commission, is traditionally structured or based on 4 families: cooperatives, mutual benefit societies, associations, and foundations, which are the legal forms, or what we call internally the families of the social economy. And as it's an vivid and evolving concept, the Social Economy Action Plan already includes work integration social enterprises as part of the social economy, for instance. And what we all share in common, all these different families, are common values, such as the primacy of people and social environment over profits, reinvestment of profits into collective and general interest, and democratic and participatory governance. And yes, some figures of the dimension of the social economy ecosystem. I brought some figures from the benchmarking study of the socioeconomic performance of the European Union social economy, which was published by the Commission last year. For instance, the social economy ecosystem employs 11.5 million people in the EU, which is more than 6% of the total employment, and has a turnover of almost €1 trillion. So, we all can understand the dimension. They are similar, the figures, to the automotive sector, for instance. And when it comes specifically about Social Economy Europe, we are an organization that represents all these families and their interests and projects. And we are a compound of 28 members from all the social economy families, and also national umbrella organizations from 11 member states. And well, when it comes a bit more on policy, I would like to mention these 3 main policy reference. We call them our Bibles in our organizations. One is the Social Economy Action Plan, which was launched by the Commission in 2021, and it's right now it's under ongoing midterm review. And it already mentioned, recognizes the contribution of social economy to energy. Exactly, they say in the Social Economy Action Plan that the social economy contributes to the fair transitions, for instance, through the circular economy, organic agriculture, and of course, renewable energy, housing, and mobility. And then we also have the transition pathway on proximity and the social economy, and the large skills partnerships, which aim to tackle skill shortages and support engagement with local authorities and financial support. And finally, we have the Council recommendation from the Commission to member states to enable frameworks for the social economy and all their families. And finally, when it comes specifically to the energy field, there are, I will focus on challenges, but later I will focus also on contributions of the social economy families to energy, and specifically to citizens' energy. For social economy ecosystem, I think we find common challenges to other ecosystems and sectors, such as the lack of visibility and recognition, administrative barriers, mainly for cross-border collaborations, for instance, access to finance, mentions skill shortages, scale up and legal stability and certainty. Of course, the Commission is already tackling some of these challenges. This advisory hub, it's also an initiative that works for this visibility and for these skill shortages. Initiatives as Invest EU facilitates access to finance, and well, there are many initiatives, but there are still remaining challenges. But for me, the most interesting thing is how the social economy contributes to citizens' energy. First of all, I would like to say that it is through the legal framework of the social economy families, such as cooperatives, associations, and foundations, where citizens find the best way to engage and participate in energy projects. So I think this is the main contact point of social economy and citizens' energy, but also very important, access to finance through ethical, social economy financial sector, including cooperatives, banks, ethical banks, cooperative unions that will share values and then will understand better with the aim of citizens' participatory energy projects. Of course, in working together through visibility and recognition, intercooperation through private procurement, and engagements with local authorities. And I put there are some examples of recently awarded social economy projects working in the energy field, like ECO, Villajoa, and Robin Powerhood, but I don't want to take more of your time, so if I had the chance, I will happily explain to you later.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Very clear. And in fact, if I may ask you to go to your previous slide, exactly, and this actually leads to our open panel discussion, and you've actually answered my first question from your side in terms of, really mobilization and engagement of the respective members that you all represent. I think here you indicate quite clearly why the members of Social Economy Europe would be interested and engaged on citizen energy topics. But I'd like to hear a bit more specifically also from the other panelists, and well, perhaps we can start with you. What's really sort of the value proposition, the catchphrase which you can really communicate to your members to be even further engaged in citizen energy topics? How can we communicate to them? What's the value proposition for them?
I think that for us, there are two levels of engagements. One, as I said, is any SME that is involved in the energy sector and that has a dependency on the interoperability of products and technologies is a potential partner with us. For us to understand from the technical work how we can make sure that these SMEs continue being able to provide services and products to the clients, mainly to their local communities, because SMEs operate in most of them in local communities, at a reasonable cost without being excluded or being locked in the requirements of big players. That would be the first thing, and we're obviously very happy to have that engagement with any SMEs. At the same time, I think it's for us very important that SMEs connect and push the sectoral associations, industry associations, to identify what are the market access obstacles they have. Because it is usual that the standards are related in some way in making market access accessible for these SMEs. So for us, that SMEs go to the industry associations and say, look, we do have a problem with this particular process in the value chain in terms of access or interoperability, and collecting those views again will help us. We do have the capacity and the privilege to have a voice, a direct voice in the discussions of the technical committees, and it's a rare and very precious voice that we wish SMEs in the renewable energy sector would use it more often.
Thanks very much, John. I'll go to you now, Elodie, actually. So if maybe you can also share from the municipality's perspective.
From the city's perspective, so I think one of the best aspects is the possibility to regain trust and to have social acceptance for all the projects. That also ensures, we were talking about long-term planning. I mean, cities have the necessity to do long-term planning. So it's, if you don't have like citizens on board, and if they haven't been part of a process, I mean, you can just only work on small projects and not on long-term programs. So this is, I think, like what is very important. We were talking about before, I was talking about like the design of a project, but also in the long term, you need social acceptance, you need to avoid the not in my backyard effect. So this is really crucial to ensure the implementation of projects.
It's a very interesting point that you flag, of course, this topic of public acceptance. We understand will be an important part of the citizen energy package. And of course, there are, in the revision of the RED, of course, new provisions in Article 15D on public acceptance. How does the Community Power Coalition see the role of citizen energy in achieving public acceptance? To what extent does this problem exist right now? And to what extent, perhaps, can citizen energy be a way of overcoming the barriers for public acceptance? So if we can look at those two sides, please.
Yeah, I can link that to the reasons why people would want to get involved in an energy community. Because we can say threefold. There's three arguments why you would want to join. One of them is being involved in the decision making, having direct influence on the system. Second reason is to be able to benefit. Third reason is to take this collective action, do it as a community. Now, if we look at this first reason, you want to have a decision making power, a right to have a vote about several things. What is the source of my energy? Is it renewable, or is it from some faraway country, non-renewable? Second of all, where is the installation going to be put? Especially about windmills and solar panels, where are we all accepting that it's still a nice place to put it? And also with decision-making rights comes transparency. So you have full transparency of the business case, of the expenses, of the benefits. So transparency is always also a motivation for people to be more accepting of a project, because they know what's going on and they know they will have some right to talk about it. The second one I said is a reason to join is to be able to benefit. And this also leads, of course, to higher acceptance. If a project is being built in your local area, that the benefits of this project do not flow away outside of that area, but that they stay within the community. So if there is a monetary profit being made, that it also flows back into the community. And we've seen great examples of this, especially energy communities that do the bigger windmill projects. They can reinvest tons of euros back into the community, starting agricultural projects, but also healthcare projects, running bus lines that municipalities had to stop because they're not profitable anymore. So they're really reinvesting in their own community because of these benefits. And the last one speaks for itself, of course. The reason to join a community is that you want to do it collectively. You want to not just fix it for yourself and have a nice renewable house, but do it also for your neighbors, be inclusive, make sure that everybody is involved in the energy transition.
Excellent, some very interesting points indeed. Before I open up the floor to the audience, just going to you, Rodrigo, for a final question. How and to what extent do you see your sector playing a role in the future of citizen energy? To what extent do you see, there being a real relevant role for those who you represent?
Actually, I think social economy is already playing a very important role in citizens' energy. And I think the point is in the potential, going beyond the legal frameworks that we may use for supporting energy citizenship. We may also use intercooperation with other social economy families and sectors. For instance, I would like to mention the role of financial social economy sector, because I think that an ethical bank, a cooperative bank, where consumers and workers already have participation and decision-making or ownership, will engage faster and better, and will understand faster a project of citizens' energy. And apart from that, I would also like to mention more at representative level of representative networks. I think that if the organizations that that represent social economy and citizens' energy, but also policymakers, we mutually recognize us, each other, and we introduce energy participation, for instance, in social economy action plan or social economy in energy package. I think that will create a synergy between the two worlds that could be initially interesting for both of us.
Yeah, thanks very much. That's a very interesting point. It really needs to be a two-way interrelationship, and indeed, yeah, a dialogue worth being explored. So, time to go over to all of you. I understand that we might have some Slido questions already submitted, and I'd also like the opportunity to those who are here and present to ask questions. I'm going to prioritize the Slidos because those online may find it a little bit more difficult to interact with the panelists in the coffee and networking session. So I see, yeah. So the first question is, I can't read the full part of it because there's something. Here we go. Hello. Until now, we focused on cities. Can the panel comment on the experience of rurality communities? Who would feel? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I can give some examples because there's many energy communities that are active in rural areas. It's also maybe still an attribute of rural areas that the community is still quite a bit stronger. The community sense and the shared trust or the shared historical identity in these areas is stronger, so it's easier actually to start collective actions sometimes. The experience in rural communities, spelling is checked, is also that there's much more space, geographically speaking, there's more space to do projects, actually. So in that sense, it could be more easy to do it. But of course, there's always there's less people there, so it might be more difficult to raise capital. But what we've seen so far is that there's, especially windmill projects and bigger solar park projects are done by rural communities. Also biogas projects, and talking about my own personal interest, district heating. Especially in France and Germany, we see that many rural communities want to switch to more sustainable heating, but the municipalities don't have the sources or the plan to help them to do this. So they, as a little village, collectively do a little district heating network using biomass from their local sources. So that's really booming. Like in Germany, there's over 250 of these small district heating networks. In France, they're also really gaining momentum. Yeah, so there's a lot happening in the rural communities.
Thanks for that response.
Yeah.
You want to...
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that
yeah.
maybe this is also like a bad English from my side. It's when I think we should talk about local authorities. As I said, maybe if you look at for example, the Covenant of Mayors statistics, you would see that the immense majority of signatories are small municipalities, very rural, and if you look at the best practices, you have 20,000 best practices in the database. They are from small municipalities. And one thing maybe that we can mention for for rural energy and how energy community can really take up in rural communities is really the proximity. So you have this truly amazing power where you have not a lot of people, and you are really close to your municipality. So that's usually where you see the best examples of support from the municipality to the energy community, because usually they all work together to install solar panels on the school. This is like the like #1 project that you can see usually.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, quite loud. I'm going to ask part of the fourth question on the screen and add my own twist to it, if I may. So the question is, what do panelists think about citizen energy and the energy transition in relation to transport, food, and manufacturing? So perhaps to put this in a bit of a broader perspective, of course, we saw in the word cloud earlier the linkages between citizen energy to things such as affordability, resilience. So if I can translate this question to link it again to some of the key EU policy priorities now, how can citizen energy feed into some of these key headlines that we're seeing, also including competitiveness? Of course, next year's theme for EU Sustainable Energy Week will very much look at how sustainable energy can contribute towards European competitiveness, also in view of the EU Clean Industrial Deal. So, yeah, any reflections on this, the link between citizen energy, broader industrial competitiveness, and fulfilling the objectives of the EU Clean Industrial Deal?
I can start. Yeah, so I will start by saying citizens don't think in separate transitions. Citizens don't only think about energy and like focus on energy. Citizens are of course just living in an area and they have to deal with everything that's going on around them. So including their mobility chances, the food they get there, and also the energy. So we've seen in citizen energy projects that often their project, it might start around energy, or they were already an initiative about food or transport and they move to energy. And if they start on energy, they later do other projects in other sectors. So I would say there's a big chance if we give a bigger role to citizens in the energy transition, that they will also start taking up initiatives about on other sectors. We've already seen that happen. Yeah.
Would you like to go ahead? Yeah, please.
Maybe a couple of thoughts. I think that Alejandro mentioned that citizens are at the core of the transition because they bring the resilience to the transition. I think that is goes also hand in hand with SMEs. And we see that an effective transition to a new energy model can only happen if both citizens and SMEs are fully involved in taking up the transition. And those two are basic in terms of ensuring the competitiveness of the overall economy. That is what the Draghi report is looking at. But one of the things that if you discuss with some of the renewable associations, like for example solar thermal, they will say the technologies for the transition at an affordable cost for citizens are already there and are European. Yeah, it's a lack of awareness. It's a lack of technical work that is hampering the deployment of those existing technologies to make the transition happen. So two ideas for me. One, without the involvement of individuals and small businesses at the local level, we won't be able to do the transition. And second, maybe we should be looking at the already existing technologies that can be deployed quickly to make the transition happen.
Would you like to comment? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, of course. Thank you. I think that the citizens' energy has to be understood from a strategic perspective, specifically when it comes about economic autonomy and economic sovereignty of the EU. I think this is something essential for competitiveness, and citizens' energy projects are locally rooted, are here based in European territory, and that will bring to Europe sovereignty in such a strategic field as energy.
Thank you very much. And I'll actually come to you first for the next question as well. So this is on what are the measures that energy communities or other citizen energy initiatives can take to reach diverse groups, in particular low incomes, minorities, elderly, vulnerable. I think this really goes to the core of the objectives also of the Affordable Energy Action Plan, and how energy communities and citizen energy more broadly is hopefully going to contribute to addressing the needs of vulnerable groups. There has been some a study commissioned by the ESPON program actually to look at the link between energy communities and the extent to which they promote social inclusivity. The data finds, well, some positive and some less positive trends depending on the region at stake. But indeed, going back to you, would you like to, how do you see this, let's say, social contribution for energy communities? It's something which has been insisted a lot. Are we seeing evidence of it? What can we do to sort of increase the role of energy communities and citizen energy to addressing vulnerability and inclusivity issues?
If I may. As measures for this link between citizen energy and social integration, for instance, I would say that on one side, there should be a major engagement with local authorities, which are the ones more close to the social reality. But I have to say that we also, well, it's our work, but we always request public authorities on things, but sometimes I think it's ourselves, the cooperatives or the associations that should, in this case, go beyond the, what I would say, energy bubble and get in contact with minority associations. And I think that it's something that they are already doing. I know a case in Madrid where there is a difficult area where there is no access to electricity because big companies have cut it, and there are associations bringing solar power, bringing energy to them. So it's something that's already happening, but I think it's something we should encourage to the organizations in the ground to go beyond the energy bubble and talk which are the necessities for minorities, low income, elderly, etc.
Yeah, if I just quickly follow up, of course, we love to hear examples as we're thinking in terms of a project of Citizen Energy Advisory Hub. We really want to identify as many case studies, best practices, which do, as you mentioned, a case in Madrid, but indeed if others in the audience do have some ideas on this topic of how energy communities can contribute to social inclusivity, supporting vulnerable groups, please do flag them to us throughout the course of today. But yeah, please, last point on this, and then I'm going to open the floor to the audience in the room to ask one or two questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to add that being inclusive is inherent to an energy community, because the whole idea is that you have open voluntary membership and anybody in the community can join, independent of how much money you might have, independent of how big or well-known you are. It really doesn't matter. Everybody can join, first of all, and can take part in the decision-making. Doesn't matter your position. Second of all, we see that the aim of the energy community is never to make a profit, but to give a benefit back to the local community. So we see that energy communities are really actively looking for vulnerable groups, for like areas that need attention in their local community that other associations or the local authorities might not be picking up, and try to fix those as a community. We've seen it really once the war in Ukraine started and the electricity prices rose a lot. Many existing energy communities started to take action on energy poverty. They started to actively give energy advice, take energy saving measures, and then really this movement of the citizen-led renovation picked up a lot. I brought, for people here who speak Dutch, I brought a book which explains over 400 different energy communities in the Netherlands that are actively fighting energy poverty. and taking measures in various really creative ways to help people lower their energy bills. Last example I would like to give is that many energy communities also offer solidarity funds or tariffs. So for people with a low income, they have to pay a different price for, let's say, if they take part in a district heating, we have examples where they pay a different price if the income is low. And also with solar panel projects that people with a low income can take part and profit from it without contributing as much. So yeah, these are some examples.
Excellent, thank you very much. And over to those who are here with us today. Should you wish to ask a question, maybe you can put your hand up, and I think that some of our colleagues will come to bring you the microphone. If you have a preferred speaker to address your question, you can also note that. Yes, please. Go ahead. Please introduce your name, your organization, and your question, if that's fine.
Yeah. Thank you so much for a very rich conversation. My name is Gusta Guchnait. I'm a doctoral researcher from University of Oxford, working on just transition topics. And my question is, there's a little bit of perhaps of a tension because we're talking fundamentally about a bottom-up energy transition led by the citizens through a kind of more European-led policy approach. And this perhaps might work really well in contexts where we already have naturally local citizens initiatives popping up, and the question might be more of supporting them effectively. But this might look slightly different in other European contexts where we don't have such a strong tradition of democratic engagement and participation. I'm coming from Lithuania originally. The question of energy communities there has not gained momentum in the same way that perhaps it has gained in Western Europe. So perhaps my question is, how do we address this tension and build up and support this movement that is fundamentally a bottom-up movement in regions and areas where the initiative is not coming up from the local organizations and local authorities naturally?
So before handing over, of course, we see very differential uptake statistics across Europe. So how do we explain that and how can we address that? Not only for energy communities, but also more broadly citizen energy. Elodie, I see you already ready to speak.
I work in various projects. So one of these, for example, the citizen-led renovation project, an initiative. What is very interesting is like the members we have that are from Eastern Europe, in the end, what they do is like working, starting from the renovation of condominiums, renovation, and making, like people agree, set up a structure on how to collectively renovate blocks of buildings, and then, slowly gaining trust, putting the basis for this governance process, and then moving on to energy community. So this was, I thought, like from Eastern Europe, it was really like culturally sensitive to talk about cooperative, and so this was like the approach that we see in like former Soviet countries, where they start with the renovation of building blocks and then moving on to the energy communities. So this is for me, I'm really curious to see if at the end of this citizen-led renovation project, we will have as well, like as a side effect, because this is what we're hoping for, as a side effect, the setup of also like energy communities.
Thanks, Olivia. And last word to you, Ilonka, before we wrap up, please.
I want to thank you for this question, because it's a very relevant point, because right now citizens across Europe don't have equal chances for taking part in the energy transition, even though at the European level we've made like an equal legal ground. So several things would need to happen. First of all, the access to capital needs to be organized more fairly, because in Western Europe it's way easier to access capital than in Eastern Europe and the Baltics, also the Baltics, but the Balkans. And so there, I think there's a role for the European Union, European Investment Bank to play to make sure that there's equal opportunities in financing across Europe. And we're working on initiatives for that, so we can talk more about that later. Second one, of course, is capacity building. And the approach we take with RESCOPE and the Community Power Coalition is that strong national federations help to start up energy communities locally, because you can offer support from a European level, that's great, but it also helps when it's nationally organized because it's more suited to the local context. But then you need strong national federations that are able to help local initiatives. So we're trying to incentivize and support the organization of strong federations or supporting organizations in each member state to help start initiatives. And lastly, of course, the legal transposition. Every member state does not have it yet, so that needs to be followed up.
Excellent. So a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much for participating. We now, please feel free to take your seats. Thank you very much. And I think now we have some prizes and presentations before coffee, right, Henry?
Yes. So we actually have our prize, very interesting prize giving just after the coffee break. But I wonder if we can also give a bit of a round of applause to Puyan, because we gave a lot of a round of applause to the speakers, but Puyan did a very good job in moderating that session. So thank you very much, Puyan. And thank you all for your questions, for the speakers, for all of your insights as well. I think that was a really nice opener to understand the diverse range of actors that can be involved in citizen energy, the range of challenges. Some of them had challenges that were very much the same, but then also we noticed with SMEs and social economy actors, for example, they had some differing elements as well. And the other thing we saw is not just on the challenges side, the fact that all these different actors bring great benefits to these different types of projects. So it's not the case that just the citizen energy project has to be started by one of those groups, but the work and the coordination that they have with each other also helps create an effective framework and also effective projects as well. So I will stop talking so everyone can have a break. So I'd welcome you all to go and grab a coffee, and I think there might also be some food as well. With regards to food today, some of you do have dietary requirements. There are labels in the food. So if you know you have a dietary requirement, please read them before you go and eat. We don't want anyone keeling over halfway through the day. But we'll obviously look to reconvene at around 11:35, which is in around 15 minutes. And please do, of course, go and have a look at our exhibitions, which are through the door and on the top floor. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much. I hope you've all managed to grab a coffee and a little bite to eat. Feeling refreshed, welcome back as well to everyone online. I hope you have also managed to step away from the screen for a moment. I appreciate online, it's quite a long day to be sat in front of the screen for a conference. So what we have now in store before lunch is we have a really exciting Energy Communities Prize announcement from Beatrice Coda, from the Directorate General for Research and Innovation at the European Commission. And then after that, we have our second panel, which is going to be with most of the CEAH team, who are going to go into more detail about what we're offering under CEAH, giving a really good opportunity for you to ask lots of questions and for us to be able to interact and learn from exactly what you need as well, and try and link that to what we already have in store. So without further ado, I'd like to bring Beatrice up to the stage.
Thank you very much. Okay. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and participants of the Citizens Energy Advisory Hub. So I'm Beatrice Coda. I work in DG Research in the Clean Planet Directorate. I'm here together with my colleagues Pierre and Paul and Philippe. And today we are here together to present you an exciting opportunity for the energy communities. So first of all, why we are here from the Directorate General for Research and Innovation. So with my team, we work on supporting the clean energy innovations of the future to ensure that the EU not only keeps on the edge on the energy transition, but also drives cost-effective solutions for its citizens. We do this notably through the Horizon Europe program, but also other initiatives that help us to coordinate with the member states for further collective actions. So while we work on developing research on clean energy technologies and systems, we also look at innovative ways of deploying these technologies in our territories, in our communities. And by this I mean innovation that also can empower communities, so that communities can take an active role in Europe's energy transition. So again, I'm very grateful for the opportunity that you have given us to provide information on this prize, on this event. This is, I think, also part of the entire, let's say, activities of the European Commission, and I'm sure our colleagues of DG ENER have highlighted this previously in the morning. So we want to make sure that overall citizens are really at the heart of the energy transition to guarantee affordable, clean energy for all. And the Affordable Energy Action Plan was released earlier this year, and you know that as a part of this, we look forward to the upcoming Citizens' Energy Package. So I think today's events also from our side, from the, let's say, policy perspective of deploying innovative solutions for clean transition, this gives us really an opportunity of dialogue between policymakers and on-ground citizens' initiative. I therefore really want to announce today, take the opportunity to do it with you. So it's an announcement, really brand new announcement of a new prize to reward the most innovative energy communities in Europe. So the prize will be technology neutral and aims to reward communities that are pioneering new ways of organizing and governing their collective energy future. So we are awarding in total €1 million of total budget for 10 awards, ranging from €50,000 up to €350,000 for the first place. So overall, the budget will be €1 million. So what are the expected results of this prize initiative? So through this prize, we want to highlight energy communities which are reshaping and taking an active role on the way citizens produce, share, and govern clean energy across Europe. So this is a recognition of an initiative that began, as we all know, as a grassroots initiative in the 80s, and which now is really evolved into a vital part of the EU clean energy transition. So today we have thousands of energy communities across Europe which involve more than 1 million citizens. These communities bring together people, local authorities, and business to generate and manage renewable energy. By collectively owning and operating energy assets, members share both the benefits and the responsibilities of a more democratic and shared energy system. So this is a bit the background, as we all, let's say, are aware, but we know that on this perspective, still there are many challenges that remain. So regulatory complexity, financing, and the need of governance model that are both efficient and inclusive. And these challenges, they still hinder the full, let's say, development scale of energy communities. And we know very well that social dimensions, so how communities take the decisions, how they share benefits, engage with other stakeholders, this is often a key factor that determines the long-term success of energy communities. And knowing, let's say, all this background and the history, let's say, and the development of energy communities, I think for us this was an important moment, so that's why we are calling energy communities that have surpassed those governance challenges through innovative systems of representation and management of renewable energy assets to come forward and to apply for this prize. So we aim to reward communities that are pioneering new ways of organizing their collective energy future and bring them to light and to be model for other energy communities to learn from these innovations. So, how will it work? What are the eligibility conditions and who can apply and how? So the prize welcomes all applications from all energy communities across the EU and also the Horizon Europe associated countries, which are aligned with the European law definition of renewable energy communities or citizens' energy communities under the European directives. So the applicants must have up to 10,000 members before the 1st of January 26. And well, we have already a QR code here for you to see if you are eligible. We cannot provide already the rules of context, but if you go on our Prize Europa website, you will see already there are, let's say, all the main qualifications and rules are already detailed. The applications will be open for submission on the 20th of January 26 on the EU funding and tender portals. And so there you will see, you will find soon, including on our website, not only the rules of contest, but also all the application templates and the documents that you will have to fill. And of course, we will make it, as light as possible for energy communities so that the application process is as lenient as possible. In terms of, let's say, the process, we are going to have, after the submission closure, which we foresee should be before the summer 26, there will be a jury of independent experts that will assess the applications along 4 award criteria: inclusivity of the governance structure, internal governance process, other innovative approaches, and regional and local transitions. So the winners of the prize will be announced, and we hope during a dedicated event. So we want to give really, let's say, full importance and full visibility to that in late 26. So we really look forward. So in the prize website, you will see already now, you will find already let's say, the general rules for application, which will be followed by the detailed rules of context, and then the application, official application templates will also be to be found at the funding and tender portals. So, well, we hope, let's say, that we have sparked interest on that, and that we really look forward to receiving application coming from energy communities from Europe, so that we can also learn from from your governance, and also make them heard, let's say, to sparkle more innovation and more deployment of energy communities across the EU. Now, this is our last slide. So we have already, let's say, you can see on the slide a functional mailbox. So if you have first questions, don't hesitate to come back to us. And so more to come. So stay tuned for the full details. My colleagues are here. They will stay here in case you have additional questions during the event. So I really like to thank you for your attention, and we look forward to receiving your application and to a great process for the Energy Communities Award. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you very much, Beatrice. And also, Beatrice's probably got to go fairly soon, but her colleagues are also here. So if you have any further questions during the lunch break around the prize, then I'm sure, in fact, they've given you a wave just there. So you can obviously go and speak to them a bit more around that. I think a great opportunity, and obviously there were some questions even in the first panel around inclusivity and the governance process and involving as many different actors. So obviously incentives like this prize are a really good way of promoting that inclusive element. So moving on to our next phase of the agenda. So we have our second panel, which I won't invite the moderator up for because it is myself, but I will invite the team to come up. So I would like to invite Puyan up to the stage again. Puyan is going to be presenting our knowledge products that we have under CEAH, including the best practices guidance documents. Lean Peters as well will present the mapping tool that we have, which we have a number of maps that we're going to publish on the website of different citizen energy initiatives, and also speak about some behavioral experiments that we are doing, which is quite a novel element of the project. Zoe Ledwith who's going to speak about our networking opportunities. Of course, we have this conference and we have a second conference later on, but we will also be able to speak about other webinars. We have a lot of different engagement activities taking place throughout. Giovanni Roberti is going to speak about our citizen energy panels. This was mentioned a bit also with the EU Covenant of Mayors on climate assemblies, and this is almost a form of that, let's say. And then finally to Elodie Sal, who's going to speak about our technical assistance offering. So we have 120 cases of direct technical assistance open. The first call is currently open for beneficiaries to apply, but I won't speak any more on that, so I leave the floor obviously to Elodie to speak around that. The shape of this panel is going to be ever so slightly different to the first panel, so we'll have a presentation from each of our speakers, and then we'll open the floor to questions. So it's around a 7-minute presentation for each, and then 7 to 8 minutes for questions, so each with a 15-minute slot. So what I would therefore ask is if you can please go into Slido and ask your questions throughout the session. That will obviously make it most effective and mean that we answer the questions relevant to each topic section, let's say. So without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Puyan. I'm going to do a little shuffle to come and give you this,
Yes.
which you will probably need. So Puyan, please, if you can speak on our knowledge products.
Yeah. Hello again. I will try not to speak too long. You've heard my voice quite a bit already today, but there are some important things I'd like to take you through about what we're producing in terms of the knowledge products. I've already been alluding to some of them in the previous panel discussion, and I'll elaborate on them throughout the course of this presentation. So, in essence, we have 3 pillars of knowledge products. So we have case studies and best practices. We have 55 of these coming out. So we're really aiming to capture a broad diversity of citizen energy initiatives across Europe to really help inspire and benchmark action. We're developing 20 guidance documents on what we hope to be the most, let's say, pertinent and practical areas in which citizen energy initiatives need help to take their hand and go through step by step on achieving certain impacts or setting up certain objectives. And then we have the very interesting legal fiches where, we basically delve in deeper into the policies and the regulations relating to the energy framework and also consumer rights in each of the EU member states. Look, the idea of these knowledge products pieces are just not something to get lost in shelves and it's another European project. I mean, we've very carefully analyzed what's already out there, because there are a lot of projects in the past which were launched, of course, by DG ENER, but also under the Horizon and LIFE programs and beyond. So what we're really trying to do is to consolidate all of the rich information already gathered, build on that substantively, and really make them as practically relevant and usable and visible for our target audiences as possible. And we really hope that, after a few minutes of me talking and what we share with you today, that you can also be multipliers for these products. They can be of significant help to launch and strengthen initiatives across Europe. A lot of them are, of course, still cooking, but yeah, we hope that you do stay tuned and help us in disseminating these. The case studies and best practices, again, we know that there's been a lot done on particularly topics related to energy communities, as well as related to solar PV and onshore wind. So what we're trying to do is to fill the knowledge gaps which are out there, both in terms of technology, both in types of the initiatives, but very importantly, also in terms of geography. And that has meant that what we're not doing is only looking at best practices, but we're looking at case studies, we're looking at real-life examples, we're looking at learning experiences. We want to describe in great depth how things have been set up, how they're operating, what their enablers are, where their funding's coming from, who is instrumental to making it a success, and doing a 360 comprehensive detailed analysis of what's going on. So we'll have produced 55 by the end of a project. We have 5 which are basically complete and ready to be published, hopefully in early next year, spanning from Greece, Belgium, Spain, Portugal, and Denmark. On top of this, we've also been carrying out, as I alluded to in the last panel, 4 in-person missions. I think this is, it sounds exciting, it is exciting, because we're actually going on the ground, getting to grips with how these initiatives have been operating in practice. Some of these have been described as best practices already before, so we're really testing to what extent are they inclusive, to what extent are they making positive environmental impacts, and really reinforcing this evidence base on how citizen energy initiatives work, and how fundamentally to transfer and replicate them. Because this is one of the key reasons we're doing this. We want aspiring or existing initiatives to look at something in a similar region or a similar member state, or trying to do a similar type of activities and efforts, see how and why it worked, and use that as a sort of guide and benchmark for ensuring their own success. Then there are the guidance documents, which are a little bit more, let's say, thematic or based, designed to address a specific type of stakeholder. So the types of stakeholders that we're looking to address are citizens and citizen organizations, energy communities, SMEs, local and regional authorities, and social economy actors. This is where, really the step-by-step guidance comes in, where we really want to take the hand and show them how to go forwards, obviously taking into consideration the diversity of contexts and conditions across Europe, but having a sort of generic but concrete enough path for initiatives to go down. These are going to be around 5 to 10 pages, and I'm very happy to announce to you that there is one already available, printed and online. It's on navigating EU support for citizen energy projects. Of course, as I've already mentioned just now, there's tons of different projects, all relevant. So this is helping beneficiaries basically know where to look for what types of support. The second one, which I think will be published very soon, I understand before the end of this year, is a Citizen's Guide to Energy Citizenship. And we also have another one which is pending in January, which is close to complete, on a guide to public-private community partnerships. And this is also very interesting in terms of the discussions we were having in the previous panel in terms of how citizen energy can relate to some of the broader industrial or private sectors. And in March next year, we'll also be developing some guidance on financing, on how to build networks, and also looking at heating and cooling solutions. And there will be many more cooking and bubbling over the coming years. Happy also to receive suggestions or expressions of needs on what you would like to see. Going to the legal fishes, well, we basically have 2 types. The first are the energy legislation framework fishes. This basically maps within each of the EU member states for legal, regulatory, and policy frameworks. What's really important in this is the analysis, the assessment and analysis of enablers. So we're really looking at the supportive laws, the incentives and mechanisms that allow for different actors to basically engage in energy-related decisions within the energy market. We look at 2 different types of enablers. These are the horizontal enablers, such as organizational or informational aspects, or we look at vertical enablers, which are things more related to production, storage, self-consumption. And we also have another type of fish, which is basically designed, these are the consumer protection legal framework fishes, which are basically aiming to describe and understand consumers who are wanting to enter the energy market and understand the protections which are available to them. So we're basically mapping, is carrying out a mapping of support mechanisms in all activities. So perhaps to give you an example, I live in Spain, so if I want to set up some solar panels on my roof, these fishes will provide me with information on, well, whether there's a one-stop shop around and available to support me, what types of rights I'm entitled to, and what, generally speaking, what protective mechanisms are in place. And with that, I'm going to hand over now. Well, no, we have a question and answer. If you want to ask more about this, I should also admit that I'm personally not responsible for doing all of these products. I'm leading on the best practices and case studies. My colleagues, Rescoop and colleagues in Milio are leading on the legal fishes, and our colleagues in Ricardo are leading on the guidance documents, but we're happy to take questions if you have now. We have some moments for that, right?
Thank you very much, Puyan. No, I think that was a really good summary of obviously all the things that we're offering and what we can expect to be published on the website. I think one thing Puyan really touched on was obviously we've done a deep dive into a look at what is already out there, and what we don't want to do under the Citizen Energy Advisory Hub is completely repeat what's there. So on the website, we'll obviously have publications from our own project, but what we're looking to do is almost act as a bit of a one-stop shop, let's say, and be able to include those publications from previous projects and from other sites, so that you can look at yourself as, say, a household, municipality, whatever kind of actor really, and you can look at what publications are there from previous projects and also link them to these ones. But thank you very much, Puyan, for that.
You're absolutely right, Henry, and indeed, especially, for example, under the Life Energy Community Facility, we're developing national fishes, which of course are more orientated around energy communities. We build and detail those within our work here. And I think this is perhaps, well, many questions going on, but the first one being, what's the link between the knowledge products? A lot. I mean, we do have a strong analytical framework within our project as a whole. Whilst we have these three pillars, each of the three pillars feeds into each other. Let's say, for example, the case studies and the best practices. Before describing what an initiative is doing in Latvia, we already have some assessments of the legal and regulatory framework, which is happening in the legal fishes, which slot very nicely into painting the broader picture. The guidance documents, obviously much of the substance and ideas on how to do things well come from the lessons learned within the best practices and the case studies. So yeah, there's very close coordination on this to make sure we can really maximize the impact. Where can I send submissions for suggestions on content? I mean, you can obviously come up to me today or colleagues, but also there is CEAH@ricardo.com. So CEAH@ricardo.com. You can shoot them over. Yeah, and this is very welcomed.
Just to add to that, we also have on the website a page where you can submit your name and any questions on quite broad elements, and then also all of these different topics as well. So that will feed in automatically to the email, and then we respond to you as well. So we give you a contact detail.
Perfect. Perfect. I think this is a really interesting question on how often the documents are to be updated. I think this is more relevant for the guidance documents and the legal fishes. At least, correct me if I'm wrong, Zoe, but I understand that for the legal fishes, what we're trying to do is to front load member states who have recently adopted quite significant changes, and let's say the landscape is probably not going to change too much in the coming years. So it's a bit more of a stabilized situation, and therefore there's no need to, I see Josh nodding his head not so positively, so I will let colleagues correct me if I'm wrong, which I might be. But yeah, we're trying to select when and how we do these fishes so that they're not susceptible to significant change, so that, you know, there's no updates required to be happening. If there's lots in motion in X member state right now, we'll try to avoid describing it now, but rather when things are a bit more stabilized. The guidance documents, I mean, the guidance documents in themselves are updates or elaborations of much which has already happened. We've heard from the Community Energy Coalition already today. They have a huge, extensive guidance document, a handbook on how to set up an energy community. Obviously, we're using that as a benchmark, but then further detailing it. So the exercise in itself is an update. We are a relatively short project, 3 years for now, so the scope for updating is not hugely large. Am I over time, or I've got...
I think we are a weeny bit over time because I think we started a little bit late. So unless, Puyan, unless there's any other extra points that you wanted to add, or unless we have any questions from the audience that anyone wants to raise on the knowledge products? No? Okay.
Maybe just as a final... In terms of checking the quality of the data, naturally, I mean, well, the question is, will you review the quality of the collected data from previous projects? I mean, as I've mentioned already, we obviously inherently integrate many findings of previous projects. We do look at how that data was created. Of course, this is an important part for the credibility of our work. And to the extent possible, yeah. I mean, we really consider ourselves as the central mother initiative on all citizen energy related projects, whether coming from DG ENA, whether coming from other DGs, or whether coming from Horizon and Life. So yeah, naturally we are closely monitoring what's happening and trying to make use of it as well as possible. So just to conclude, please do follow what our project is churning out, and even if you don't find it relevant, we'd really appreciate you promoting and disseminating it, because we're very confident that there will be others who will find it helpful. So, so yeah, again, happy to hear any thoughts and suggestions if you have on content to be produced. We have a clear idea on what we want to do, but very open to needs and gaps.
Thank you very much, Puyan. I'll pass over now to Lean Peters, who is going to speak on our interactive maps and also behavioral experiments, the first of which I think we will have some results at the end of this year. So, Lean, the floor is yours. It should start. Have a go, speak into it.
Hello? Hello?
There you go.
Yeah, it works. Hi. So yes, indeed, I'm going to talk about the maps and the behavioral experiments, and they follow very well from what Puyan just said. We were really thinking there's a ton of things that people need to get inspired on when they want to start with citizen energy. And what Puyan is doing is the deep dive, the best practices, the case studies. That's the missions where we really go on site and look at what do people do, what are people thinking about it, even if they're not participating in it. But that is already for a stage where you know what you're looking for. And there's a stage before, which is more an explorative phase. And that is where people might be thinking of what actually is energy democracy, dialogues, what are collective actions, what does it mean for me? And, are there a lot of them? Where are they? And so that is where the maps come in. So the maps are not going to go as deep as what Puyan is working on, but they're going to give you a broader view. So for the whole of Europe, we're collecting evidence on what is out there. And with the same quality aspect as what Puyan mentioned before, and the question that was on, do you look at what previous projects did? We do, but we will check them, because some of these initiatives are no longer active, or they're actually a bit different than what they were presented like. And we want to make sure that whatever we present you is going to help you moving forward. And we're not putting an initiative that makes you dream, but it was highly dependent on contextual factors and things like that. We want to give you that first explorative view with these maps. So let's say we identified an initiative and you look at that and it's in your neighborhood, and it can be really inspiring, but you might also want to have some others that are, a bit further away, but that could be linked more to what you do. So take an energy community, and the one in your neighborhood may be working on wind turbines, and you don't have the ambition to work on wind turbines, or you are in an urban environment where that doesn't make any sense. So you might be looking at initiatives that have PV plants in your area, or you might be looking at initiatives that maybe worked on, energy flexibility or mobility or these kind of things. So we want to develop for you maps that are interactive, where you can say, okay, what's out there? Is there something in my neighborhood that I can maybe get in touch with, that I can visit? And so the first map that we will be launching will be there by the end of the year and will be on energy communities. It does not have the ambition to be all-encompassing. I mean, there's no way that we can add the 5,000-6,000 initiatives that are out there on the map, because we really want to make sure that whatever information we have in that map is correct. So it takes a bit more time for each initiative than just copying it from another database. But the end result for you should be where you really can say, okay, hey guys, these people in that village, there might be some that I can call to see which barriers they faced and how they overcame it. So that is what we mean to do with that first map. But there will be other maps with other initiatives. The energy dialogues that we mentioned might be something that you say that's super inspiring for me. Or I might have something, some more dialogues, clearly. I might have something on collective actions, collective purchase actions, or one-stop shops. So the idea is that the maps that will be coming up on the website as of December will be there for you to really be informed and to be inspired, but not yet on the level that we will be doing with the case studies and the missions. If you have an initiative that you think it's worth mentioning there, if we forgot anything, or if there's something that we got wrong on your initiative, there's the same email address that all ends up with Henry. So the more, the merrier. So the same email address that you can use to report us that. If there are a number of initiatives that you clearly say they should be mentioned, but you don't have a category for it yet, do not hesitate. I mean, the more we can inspire others, the better it is. That's what we're here for. And then next, indeed, the behavioral experiments. So what we want to know a bit more is how people engage with energy. How do we make sure they're energy active consumers? So what we're going to do is combine aspects of psychology and behavioral change to really understand what is this human factor? What are the misperceptions, the knowledge gaps? What are the things that we have to work on so that we can set up a number of experiences that really help us to gain understanding in that human factor? We have two types of experiments. We have 4 online experiments and we have 1 field experiments. The 4 online experiments will be targeting about 1,000 consumers in each of 8 member states that will be geographically spread. And they will be looking at perceptions of renewable energy infrastructure, at understanding the energy offers, at financial aspects of even home PVs, because for some that might be obvious, but we still see that there are misconceptions on that, and on energy literacy. So 8 countries, a sample of 100, a statistically relevant sample of 100 consumers, and an online experience. That's what's going to happen with these 4 topics. And then we will also have a field experiment that will go on in an energy community in Italy. And Sarah, I don't know where Sarah is, will be able, Sarah will be able to explain you more about it because she's in charge of it. But it will focus on demand-side flexibility and it will really make people act. So the idea is understanding how will people change their behavior, what do they see feasible, how do we trigger that change. And those experiments, of course, are going to feed back into all the other aspects that we do, into the guidance documents, into some of the best practices and missions to get that extra layer of information. But so this is, I think, a very nice addition to a project that typically does not have these aspects, but then bring that aspect of reality and knowledge gaining throughout the project. Voila.
Thank you very much, Leen. Yes, if you have any questions, please, of course, do submit them through Slido, and then Leen will look to answer them as well. Probably something also just to add is that our 2 behavioral experts are in the middle of the room. Giovanni and Martina, give a wave.
I can answer this question.
Exactly. So if there's any sort of real detailed questions on the behavioral experiments as well, then obviously feel free to to ask questions to Giovanni and Martina as well during the lunch break and in the various coffee breaks. But it looks like we already have one question, Lean. So how will the insights from behavioral experiments be used? Will they inform CEAH initiative activities, or are they more directed at future initiatives?
No, we will be using them throughout. They're not just added for the sake of adding them and looking at Giovanni and the colleagues saying, hey, nicely done. No. So throughout the project, we have the guidance documents and other documents that we will be publishing. So this, of course, evidently feeds in that. But aside from that, LOD will soon introduce you to technical assistance. So everything that we learn from here, all the insights, the practicalities of how do you engage with people, the misperceptions that are out there, really that understanding of the human factor is what will feed in also into the technical assistance, and where we can really use that experience and these insights to make sure that all the initiatives that are out there, building also on a 1,000 statistical sample of 1,000 people in 8 countries, can really bring that expertise, that insight in that human factor much more closer to the applicants of the technical assistance. So that's where we will definitely use it.
Thank you, Lean. I know as well that we're working towards a bit of a barriers and drivers report. So I think probably the results of those experiments might feed into that as well, Zoe?
Yeah, absolutely. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, indeed, Henry's correct. We, at the end of the project, plan to produce a quite overarching barriers and drivers report. And this and, yeah, many of the other visits, the missions that Poyan mentioned, the case studies will all be feeding into this collection of barriers and drivers. Yeah.
This next question is also very relevant. I emphasized the statistical relevance of our sample a couple of times. I also set out the 8 countries to have the geographical spread. So yes, of course, evidently, behavioral experiments have been done before, but the scale of which we do it here to really understand the specific aspects related to energy active behavior, that I think is new. That is going to be a first of a kind. So that insight, not only in each of the countries, but also the comparison, contextual understanding of what influences the behavior, that is going to be a first of a kind. So for the Oxford student we had a question on earlier, that might be a very good entrance for a paper. So definitely get in touch with Giovanni on that.
Thank you very much, Lean. Do we have any other questions online or any other questions in the room as well about the behavioral experiments or the map? Maps, in fact, plural. No? Okay, Lean, thank you very much for your presentation. We will now pass on to Zoe, I believe, who's going to speak about some of our network opportunities, not just the obvious one, which is this conference, but also online webinars, such as the energy breakfast sessions and the chatting on citizen energy webinars, as well as the network and newsletters. So, Zoe, please, the floor is yours.
Exactly. Thanks a lot, Henry. And hello, everybody. Welcome to this this next part of the presentation. So we're looking at a really important part of CEAH, which is about stakeholder engagement. So on top of the mapping and the investigating behaviors and the knowledge projects that that Poyan described, it's also really important for us to hear from all of you and all of the citizens who want to become active in the energy transition and who are not yet active in the energy transition. So to do this, we have the idea of building what we've called a citizen energy network all across Europe. And some of the ways that we engage in outreach to various stakeholders, to citizens, to the public, are via quarterly newsletters that I think were mentioned earlier. You're all probably signed up already, but if not, I have another QR code on the way for you. We're also planning a series of interactive webinars, which are hosted to promote engagement and discussion of various citizen energy topics. So we began this Citizen Energy Network a few months ago, and this is what it looks like so far. We have over 400 people subscribed from 35 different countries. They come from a range of different sectors. So when you sign up, you tell us what kind of stakeholder you are, and we have individual households, citizens, energy communities themselves, municipalities, academics, think tanks, civil society, and then the more techie people, regulators, system operators, energy agencies, you name it, they're all already in the Citizen Energy Network, and we welcome many more. You also, when you sign up to the Citizen Energy Network, you tell us a bit about what you're interested in. So we're kind of learning a little bit about what people want to discuss, and the big things people are interested in talking about is production of renewables, self-consumption, energy sharing is a big topic at the moment, but also looking at different kind of activities, heating and cooling we heard a lot about earlier, new activities like storage and using it for flexible demand response, and then an overarching topic that comes up a lot is energy poverty, households experiencing vulnerability, and general inclusivity in the energy transition. So this is really central to our work in CEAH. So how do we go about building this Citizen Energy Network? We have two different kind of webinars that we bring you. The first we call breakfast webinars because they happen at breakfast time, and we have planning about 2 per year. And in these, we're really showcasing successful projects and best practices. So we take, an hour and a half to really meet somebody implementing a project on the ground, hear about the context that they're engaged in, how they started, why they started. So far, we've looked at Our Power as an energy community engaged in peer-to-peer energy trading and energy sharing in Austria. And we looked at the Papillon project in Belgium, which is about social leasing of energy-efficient household appliances like washing machines and things. And so in these breakfast webinars, we really prioritize giving a lot of time to discussion and to engagement between the speakers and the members of the Citizen Energy Network who are invited to attend. And this is also the theme that we find in our second type of webinar, which we call Chatting on Citizen Energy webinars. The difference with these is that they're a little bit more technical. They're kind of discussion with experts, examining EU-level legislation and then national regulatory frameworks, so how things really work on the ground. So far, we had one back in the summertime where we gave a full overview of the different activities that happen under CEAH. And we've also done a few deep dives into energy sharing, which is really a hot topic at the moment in the energy legislation implementation world. So these Chatting on Citizen Energy webinars, we have two of them per year as well. And the key to all of these things and to the webinars is interaction, obviously, because we want it not just to be a one-way flow of information from CEAH to everyone else. Somebody mentioned earlier that this, putting citizens at the center of the energy transition is really about a bottom-up paradigm. So we really try to encourage a good, lively debate during the webinars. We leave a lot of time for questions and answers. You're all very welcome to join us there. The participants are asked to share challenges and opportunities on the ground from their own countries. And again, this is something that feeds into the rest of the work that we do. We consider them also to be kind of, investigatory moments for us to think about, okay, well, we have this good example from Belgium or from Spain, and how does that actually translate to other European countries, and what are the barriers and the opportunities that people are facing? We are always open for feedback on next things to include, so please don't hesitate. Another outreach activity that we're engaged in are these awareness-raising events. These are not just to spread the word generally about CEAH and its activities, like we're doing here in this conference, and also at various webinars, but it's also to help people navigate the technical assistance program, which Elodie is going to tell us about later. So we're going to have 20 awareness-raising meetings in total. There was an EU-level info session that took place on the 4th of December. It was, I believe, recorded and is online. There will also be 5 national-level information sessions taking place all of this month, December, in Austria, Czechia, Estonia, Hungary, and Portugal. And there are 5 more to be organized in the first half of next year in 2026. And we've already begun participating in many external events where we're trying to spread the word, tell people about CEAH, also with our partner initiatives that have been mentioned, such as the Energy Communities Facility and the Covenant of Mayors and other initiatives like this. So those are the things that we're doing to try and reach out to you. We would warmly invite you, if you have not already done so, to sign up to the newsletter and also to join the Citizen Energy Network. And yeah, I hope you'll be able to join us and share your insights with us at a future webinar. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Zoe. A few claps, so why not? So another good opportunity to submit some questions, and I see that we already have a couple. And I see there's a question there that says, what kind of topics are you thinking of covering in future webinars? How do you decide on topics? And obviously you briefly covered that, but I don't think we have any specific topics or specific speakers lined up at the moment for next year's webinars. So how can people contribute and how can they come in?
Indeed, yeah, we haven't nailed anything down yet, so the door is open for ideas. I have some ideas. We've been brainstorming among ourselves of things that we would like to cover. It can be anything, any kind of activity that a citizen could be engaged in to get more active in the energy transition. Also, if there's any kind of technical aspects of this citizen engagement that you'd like to explore or want to examine how it's happening in different countries, these are all things that we can look at. There is an area on the website, as Henry mentioned earlier, where you can contact us. You fill in a form. Please, by all means, let us know what topics you'd like to think about together collectively, and we'll respond. Also, as I mentioned, when you follow that QR code and you sign up to the network, there's a space where you tell us about your things you're most interested in, and you can also leave a little comment telling us what other topics you'd like to cover. In the future, I'm thinking we might do a little bit of a deep dive again on flexible demand response. I think this is going to be something that a lot of citizens who own different energy responsive assets, and also energy communities, and also just interested households will be looking to know more about. So I think flexibility could be something. Also, a topic that was raised earlier, I think, could be very interesting to cover is rural communities and how we reach out to them, and the coverage of citizen energy initiatives and the opportunities that are presented in rural communities. So those are just some ideas, but please do go on the website and tell us if there's anything we're missing.
Thanks, Zoe. I think as well, there's also the opportunity for the energy breakfast sessions to be able to submit if you have a best practice that you think you want to speak about, or if you want an opportunity to speak in one of these webinars as well. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yeah, always happy to cover a new best practice, a new case study. So if you have a good example, particularly one you think that hasn't been very looked at or examined before, by all means, please share it with us, and we're happy to look into it. I see there are some also questions about accessing the recordings. You can absolutely find them online. We record the webinars. Often we don't record we record, but we don't upload the Q&A section because we want it to be a little bit more freer for people to feel free to ask their questions. But you will find the recordings of all the presentations absolutely on the events part of the CEAH website, and also on that events part of the website is where we put information on the future webinars as well. But if you sign up to the network, you will receive emails about it. Similarly, if you sign up to the newsletter, you'll also get all the information way ahead of time of what upcoming webinars there are.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Zoe. Does anyone have any further questions online, or any questions as well in the room? If anyone wants to raise their hands that has a question for Zoe? Yes? I wonder if we can, I think Maria at the back will come and... pass you a microphone.
Big room.
If you can tell us your name and your organization as well, that would be great.
Thanks a lot. I'm Maximilian Kuhn. I'm from an energy cooperative in Germany. Thanks a lot for the presentation and the good talk. I think it's not only best practice, but maybe also worst practice we should be talking about, because we have lots of problems in Germany with the implementation, especially on energy sharing, and we are really struggling. And I think this is where we connect to the people on the ground. It's not only the EU bubble here, but we need to bring this information here, and we need your support to bring this into the EU Commission and to the German government. Thanks.
Thanks for raising this. Yeah, very good point indeed. Yeah, we see the webinars as a good opportunity for people to share any kind of challenges that they're experiencing on the ground. So yeah, this is a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the space to do it in the webinars, and as I mentioned earlier, we don't want to only look at best practices. We're looking at case studies and what we describe as learning experiences. We don't want to call something a worst practice, otherwise no one will talk to us and we can't publish that. So yeah, we do want to understand situations in which the mechanisms haven't worked effectively, understand what's been the clog in the works, and indeed what has been learned from this case, whether the initiative took a different direction, introduced a certain element or change. So please, yourself and others, if you are aware of things which we are open to constructively analyze, but be honest about what's not worked so well and how we can address that. We fully agree that there's tons to be learned, and this is something we've been discussing with Katarina and colleagues at DG ENER as well. So fully on our radar, but we need the willingness and openness of initiatives to talk about it and if possible, publish it.
Thank you. Lean, I think you also have another point to raise on that.
Yeah, so the reason why we do the missions, which are really a couple of days on site, is exactly to get that to the surface. Not only like, you know, this is where we are, but what Puyan says, the pathway there, and to also talk to the people who are not engaged, because they might in the beginning have been invited, or they might have a certain reflection of it. So it's that multiple angle view that we really want to have. So, I mean, definitely open for anything that you faced, also feeding into what Henry said earlier, the barriers report. I mean, indeed, this thing is to bring to surface the challenges that you face on the ground that actually, yeah, kind of make it difficult to realize that citizen energy ambition. So be vocal, definitely.
Hello. Just very briefly, yeah, thanks, Lynn, very well said. And to complement what you say, in all of the case studies and best practices that we look at, we try to look at a variety of stakeholders. The reality is that the coordinator of an initiative will perhaps be a little bit more biased on the successes of the initiative. So we really want to look at the users, the municipalities involved, some of the SMEs, some of the local stakeholders. So we really want to create a sort of objective and empirically based analysis. And indeed the missions have proven a very effective way to look at whether initiative is having an impact or not. Not naming names at this moment, but we went on the ground to look at an energy community who, on paper, we had learned, or it was mentioned that they were addressing energy poverty. We went on the ground and we realized this was not a reality. No malicious intent. There was an objective to do so in the sort of the grounding documents of the initiative, but it wasn't actually happening in real life. So we are promoting citizen energy initiatives, including energy communities, but we're looking at them critically as well.
Thank you, Puyan. Yep, I think we have one more question at the back there, and then we can come to you as well. So thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, this is Lars Breckenfelder from Solar Power Europe. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, Lynn, for your clear presentations. We want to emphasize on the differentiation of also collective self-consumption arrangements versus the renewable energy communities that we always mention now, which are required of a legal entity and further legal requirements that can sometimes, or in many cases, really hinder the most efficient way to share energy. So what we propose in having the collective self-consumption arrangements is really to have it open to all kinds of participants, so not only residential, but also public and commercial, and also have then very dynamic coefficients that allow different sharing algorithms that are clearly communicated and, of course, allow for dynamic changes as the demand and supply fit, and also the participants' needs. And also, if I'm well informed, the REC, or the Renewable Energy Community, always needs to stay open for new participants, but in the free energy sharing arrangement, you could also close it up to keep the efficiency in the end, and then rather open a new arrangement. Yeah, I'm curious if you, Lean, also plan to examine this in your studies, and of course, Zoe also emphasize discussing and the differentiations in the future conferences. Thank you.
I think there's a lot that we do on the topic. Josh, who's still, I think, somewhere in the back, but I can't see him, he's leading our assessment of the legal assessment. Is Josh still there, or is there? He's just out there, yeah. If Lars, if you don't know Josh or anyone of the colleagues there, then I will introduce you to him afterwards. But so there is a whole task 1.1 and 1.2 that are really looking at the consumer rights as well, because you say, okay, I need, there is Josh, voila, George meet Lars, Lars meet Josh, voila. So there's a whole thing in our contract that really looks into the consumer rights as well, because what you say is, I want to have the opportunity to set up an energy sharing among people that I choose and without opening to others. The whole legal analysis, regulatory analysis is what Josh is leading in the contract for now. So aside from that, he probably knows everything by heart, listed per member state in his head, so he is your guidance document in life. But aside from that, on the maps as well, we make that differentiation. So we will really show the opportunities that both give and the inspiring examples that both will provide.
Thank you, Lean. In the essence of time, we'll probably move on to the next presentation, and then, of course, if you have any questions afterwards, then the panel will, of course, be available. So I'll pass over to Giovanni, who's going to speak a little bit around our citizen energy panels, for which the call is currently open, I think, until the end of January. And this is for municipalities to apply to be able to host a climate dialogue and allow municipalities to bring in citizens into conversations around local energy initiatives and local energy action plans. So Giovanni, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Harry. Indeed, now we're moving a little bit into what kind of direct support CEAH is offering to the various stakeholders. And I'm here to speak specifically about how we want to help municipalities to deliver citizen energy panels. First, you have heard as well in the first panel the importance about citizen assemblies, but I want to discuss what is a citizen energy panel under CEAH and how we envision those. So basically what we want to do is help municipalities to deliver one-day event that will be structured in a way where you have experts that will deliver plenary sessions to inform citizens about a specific topic. And then you will move into breakout sessions where you will have facilitators that will help to discuss about the specific topic that you have selected as a municipality and identify recommendations that can be then used to inform local planning. The topics that can be covered are various. We have identified a few that are available in the application form as well as in the application guidance, but we're happy to, to choose any topic that is related to the energy transition, whether it could be developing district heating at the local level, or problems regarding funding, or even what could be the role of the municipality in delivering the energy transition. So whether they would act as enablers, as facilitators, or as leaders of specific projects. We have heard in the first panel as well from Elodie the importance of citizen assemblies, because they can help to engage the part of the population of citizens that are usually not reached directly by the municipality, as well as gathering important feedback regarding specific policy actions that you want to implement, and also demonstrate the feasibility of specific projects that as a municipality you want to implement, and get direct feedbacks maybe on specific funds or budget allocations that you have done within your municipality. There are various benefits in delivering a citizen energy panel or a citizen assembly. The first one, as I said before, is to get local insight on specific priorities of citizens. You can also get social acceptance, so you will be able to be sure that the policies that you implement at the local level are accepted and reflect the interests and priorities of the citizens. And you will also get support from us. So CEAH will support you throughout the whole planning and delivery and post-panel delivery. We will support you by providing experts that will be at the place of the event to help you with moderating. And we will also prepare guidance materials for citizens to make sure that all citizens at the day of, during the day of the event, they all arrive with a common understanding of the topic that is going to be discussed. And what we want to do is also help you in the preparatory phase to select a topic, and maybe help you if you have doubts about which topic could be more interesting or more useful for your municipality. So who can host these panels? Basically, we want to be as open as possible. We want to include all cities, regardless of size and context. So we encourage applications from urban areas as well as rural areas, from large municipalities to smaller ones. And we also encourage municipalities that do not have any experience in delivering panels, because we believe that with our support, even if you don't have any previous experiences in doing this kind of activities or citizen assemblies, you will be able to get there. We also welcome joint applications. Of course, given the need to meet physically, we encourage applications from neighboring municipalities, or at least that are in the same area. And we also welcome, I already said, any experience on previous panels. So regarding the support that we will offer, as I said before, the actual delivery of the panel, so in this phase where the call is open, you can contact us through the contact form on the website, or by sending us an email if you want to discuss any doubt you have or any specific topic that you would like to cover for your panels. We have prepared an application guidance that covers all the steps of the application form, as well as a guidance on the benefits and the reason why it's beneficial to deliver these panels. Then, if you are selected for the delivery of the panel, we'll have an onboarding call with you post-selection to clarify and define the topic and the planning, because what we want to do is also to make sure that you will be able to deliver the panel in parallel with specific activities that you have in your municipalities. So for instance, if you have a week focusing on the energy transition or on citizen engagement, we are welcome to schedule the panel during that period. During the panel delivery, We will advise you on the recruitment strategy to ensure that all shares of the population and that the people invited to the panel reflect the actual population in your municipality. We will help you to identify a suitable venue and also to define the slides for the panel. We also have a training session for facilitators that will be the day of the event, as well as we'll provide one expert from the CEAH team who will be there on the day of the event. And as I said, we will have orientation material for citizens to make sure that they all have a common understanding of the topic. After the panel, you will be able to present the results of the panel and the recommendations that you have obtained from citizens, and this will be posted on the CEAH website, so we will also help you to gain visibility regarding the activities that you've done and also the future and next steps that you want to move forward. From you, we expect, first of all, to submit an application, so we welcome you to do it. Then you will basically need to lead on the organization and coordination of the panel, and especially you will have to incur the financing of the panel. Then we expect you to actually deliver the recruitment of the citizens, although we will help you to define the strategy on how to engage them, and as a final step, secure the venue for the day of the event. Very briefly, the application has been launched and will close on the 31st of January. You are welcome to contact us at any time if you want one-to-one support on preparing the application. We can schedule a one-to-one call. Then we will send an evaluation report to all candidates that have submitted an application, because we will have a second call. So if you have not been selected for the first one, you will be able to get feedback and see what you can improve to be selected for the second call. And then we will, if you're selected, we will require you to formally accept the selection within 1 week after the selection has been announced. And finally, if you scan this QR code, it will lead you to the Citizen Energy Panel page. There you will find the guidance material, as I said, regarding the application and the benefits, and then you can send us an email if you want any further information. With this, thank you very much, and if there is any question, I'm welcome to take it.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. I think that was very insightful. As I say, for the citizen energy panels, the call for applications is open. We see that probably some municipalities are even halfway through an application, or may have got stuck almost. So please do contact us. We're obviously here to support, and we want to be able to give this support. So if there is any questions, then obviously do let us know. So there are a few questions here. So the first question is, any previous experience in delivering citizen panels needed to apply? Giovanni?
Yeah, I touched on this a little bit before. We welcome applications regardless of previous experience on the topic. I'm just going quickly because some of these points are already touched upon. Can we collaborate with other municipalities or NGOs to host a panel? Yes, you can send both application with a neighboring municipality, and we encourage to involve NGOs and local action group in the organization of the panel, because they are the ones that can help you to reach all the different all the citizens within your municipality. How to choose the citizens attending such citizen energy panels? Do they have to fill certain criteria? Yeah, so basically the objective of the panel is to have a representation of the population within your municipality on the day of the event. So basically what we will help you to do is first look at your population and see the demographics. So for instance, the share of men and women that should attend the event, people that are facing poverty, so to make sure that there is also a share of the attendees that also represent people in need. And basically, through this analysis of the population, then we will recommend what is the best recruiting strategy that you can implement, and then we will leave to you to do the actual recruitment. Another question in regards to whether it should be a physical event or an online event. So we recommend to do it as a in-person event, a physical event, also to make sure that participation is stronger and the discussion could be more engaging. But if there are some concerns or some challenges on doing a physical event, especially maybe related to financing the event, we're happy also to discuss online possibilities. If we use external experts as trusted suppliers helping us in organizing events, could they support the organization of the panel through TA? So basically, they will not be involved directly in the TA, but if you have experts that help you in organizing events, you can involve them in the organization of the event, of the panel. We can discuss how they would be involved, and we are happy to train them also if needed. But yeah, definitely you can also involve external experts in the organization of the panel. They will not necessarily be involved in the TA though. Are there current examples of citizen energy panels? So that's a question we also got in our first webinar. And we're actually collecting now as a third guidance document a list of not necessarily citizen energy panels, but also citizen assemblies that focus on energy topic. And so we will publish this on the website, and you will be able to also get inspired from what other municipalities have done previously.
Thank you, Giovanni. Was there anything else you wanted to? Perfect. No, thank you very much. There was a large range of questions there. Just a couple of points. Obviously, there was a question around multiple applications from municipalities. That's not just limited to 2, right? But it needs to be within the neighboring area.
No, we have. This is also an inquiry we got in our webinar, if I remember exactly, from Malta. And we welcome to have even more than 2 municipalities, especially if there are small municipalities and you want to pool resources together. Of course, the geographical proximity is something we encourage to consider because otherwise, logistically, it could be a bit complex to deliver, but it's also something we can discuss together. So what I want to stress is that we're very flexible on the approach and we want to tailor it based on your needs. So even if there are various municipalities applying together, that's perfectly fine.
Perfect. And then probably also one point to raise on the technical experts. Obviously, we have some technical experts who will deliver the technical assistance under the project. They're in-country technical experts, so there is the opportunity to speak to them and see how they might be able to help facilitate the day, the particular day of the panel. So obviously, if there's already a trusted expert within the municipality who wants to be mobilized, then of course that can happen. But if you need in-country expertise from an expert, then of course you can speak to us, and we can obviously look into how that involvement can work as well. I think, is that correct?
You said it perfectly right.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much, Giovanni. I think we have one more presentation before we will have lunch, and that is from Elodie, who's going to speak about the much anticipated technical assistance for which the call is open. So, Elodie.
Thank you very much, Henry. Hi, everyone. I have the challenging task to be the last presenter before your lunch. So I'll try to be brief, but to give you all necessary information you need to know about the technical assistance. So what we aim to do is to support 120 beneficiaries from citizen energy projects across Europe. We have categorized the type of support around 5 categories that you can see on the slides. First one being the financial advisory support, technical support, legal support, stakeholder engagement support, and capacity building support. I'm not going to go into details because we have a menu of services which provides detailed information for each of the category, which is basically a list of more specific type of support as you can expect from the technical assistance, which is in the guidance document note that is available on the website of the CEAH project. It's also available in English, but in all 24 EU official languages. So you have more information about the categories of support there with the menu of services. How we want to structure the technical assistance is through the lenses of pathways. So many of the TA beneficiaries will be very different. You have different needs, you have different challenges, you involve different type of stakeholders, you are different stages also in your let's say, adventure on citizen energy projects. So we want also to take this into account when delivering the technical assistance. So we have 3 different pathways, from light to intensive, which will determine the number of days, of expert days that you as beneficiary will receive. So from the light pathway, you'll receive around 20 expert days, which will cover around 2 different support categories that I mentioned just before. Then you might need a bit more. That means you're on a moderate pathway where you have 30 expert days, which can cover up to 3 different support categories. And then you have the intensive pathway with up to 4 different support categories with around 40 expert days. So this will be assessed by us, the CEAH team. So you don't have to choose yourself when applying to technical assistance. This will be discussed internally with the European Commission, but with also the expert that will be supporting you. So who can apply? So here you see the list of different actors who can apply from the EU, starting from the citizen and renewable energy communities as defined by the EU directives. The groups of citizens, whether they are formally or informally organized, such as homeowners associations, but also small enterprises, small non-governmental and non-profit organizations, including social economy actors, such as cooperatives and associations. And also local public authorities are welcome to apply to technical assistance. Who is eligible? So you need to be need to belong to one of the 5 categories I just mentioned there, or stakeholder category. You need to be implementing or planning to implement a citizen energy project or actively be supporting such projects. You need, of course, to be based in an EU member state. You need to not have already received funding or support for the same aspect of the project or for which they are requesting assistance. Then we also ask you to submit a letter of commitment. It's just a very simple document that we ask TA applicants to just say, yes, I commit to receive the technical assistance and to carve out some time and resources to discuss with the experts, especially on the scoping phase, which is quite important. In terms of the application form, this is divided in 4 parts. One is on general information about your organization and your contact details. Then describing everything about your citizen energy project, especially on the objectives of your project, the stakeholders that you involve, how you involve them, what are the activities also that you're doing or planning also to carry out. Then the 3rd part is on the technical assistance needs. So this is a quite important aspect of the application form. So pay attention to also how you want to fill in this part. Though there are questions about your needs of your project and how you also intend to use the technical assistance later on. And then another part on the other information with a letter of commitment. One thing which is quite important is that I mentioned there's a guidance document notes available on the website. And in this note, you have an annotated application form. So you have all the questions, and on the side, there's a dedicated column for you to look at, which helps you in replying to the questions So if you have any doubts, you can also look at this annotated form, and of course also you can contact us. In terms of the timeline, so you may be aware if you subscribe to the newsletter of the CEAH initiative that we've launched the first call for technical assistance last week. It's open until the 16th of January. There's also in parallel another call for experts, which has been launched already in September. So if you want to be providing technical assistance, there's a call which is currently open. But if you want to receive technical assistance, another call is being open until the 16th of January, where you have the application form. And again, I invite you to consult the guidance notes. We won't be evaluating and selecting your application after the 16th of January. Then we plan to launch and kick off technical assistance around end of February, early March, after having decided internally, we have having the green light from the European Commission, so that we can kickstart the technical assistance by the end of February or early March. We plan also to have a second call. So if you don't have the time now to submit an application, you're more than welcome to do so before summer next year. So there will be a second call before summer 2026. So first round will start in February, March next year until more or less end of the year, depending on the different pathway that you will have and different expert days that you will receive. But otherwise, the second call is open before summer and will continue also, the TA will start in September after the summer. So I think, okay, it doesn't work anymore. Okay. There was my last slide. So this is the link that I guess you'll be receiving also. But if you want to look at the web page I mentioned and all the documents that I mentioned, again, available in English, but also in other EU languages. Everything which I've said is in the guidance notes. And if you have any questions, you can see the email address on the slides. Feel free to drop us any query you may have. Happy to respond to your questions. So I think I'm a bit over time, but I'm done.
That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elodie. I think probably one thing, obviously, to point out is that email address is slightly different to the other email address that we've shared. We have a specific email address for the technical assistance, which was that previous one that said CEAH@ecoris.com. So just for your information, the two are different. Obviously, if you do end up sending it to either email address, it will end up funneling to the right channel, but just something to highlight. There are a few questions that have come in. So, Elodie, is it possible that a local authority applies for a technical assistance to support an energy community?
Yeah, I think it's for sure something that will be welcoming to receive, and that will be possible. I see a question also on the amount of support that you will be receiving. So this is related to the pathways. So this is not something that you need to choose when filling the application form. This is something that we will assess internally based on the needs. Remember the part I mentioned, which is quite important in the application form. And then we'll be discussing also based on the expert availability and also what is possible internally. I see a question on direct financial support. So no, the technical assistance is expert days that is provided to the TA beneficiary. So you don't receive direct financial support there.
Probably to add to that, there are other projects under the EU that do actually offer direct financial support. As some of you might know, the ENERCOM facility is obviously looking at grant funding, which is obviously slightly different, and that's for the feasibility and setup of energy communities. In this instance, as Elodie has mentioned, it's more in the case of technical assistance and days. Does anyone have any other questions in the room or online? No? Okay, obviously if you do have any further questions and anything that comes to mind, then please do speak to any of our panelists. Also Giovanni and Martina are in the middle of the room, and there is also Martina, give a wave behind, who is working on the consumer protection frameworks that was mentioned as well by Puyan and also covered by Lean. So with that, I think we have one last question for you before lunch. So what type of cheer support are you most interested in? And it's a multiple choice option based on what we've presented to you. May take a second for a couple of answers to come through. There we go. So it looks like, given quite how novel some of the maps and behavioral experiments are, they've got an awful lot of popularity, which is great to see. The technical assistance is obviously where a lot of our focus and a lot of the resources within this project are focused, so it's good to see that there's an awful lot of interest there. Of course, if you have any further questions for that, then Elodie is available all day, I think. There you go, all day. Great. Thank you very much, everyone. So we've got around 55 minutes now, so until 2 o'clock for lunch. As I mentioned before, and unless we've got any new participants that have come, for those with food allergies, there are labels in the food so you can identify, well, what you should and shouldn't be eating. So please pay attention to those. And we'll reconvene again in around an hour's time. To be able to do the last panel session this afternoon, which will focus on technologies and specific energy initiatives, and then an interactive breakout session where we would like you all to be involved and be able to discuss stakeholder engagement and different opportunities. Thank you very much. Good. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We'll just wait a second for some last people to sit down. I hope that you all had a good lunch. I know I certainly did. There was quite a lot of variety of food, which is great. The salmon was excellent. So this afternoon, we have a couple of interesting agenda points, and then we'd finish the day with a drinks reception. So the next thing we have on the agenda this afternoon is a panel. It's the last panel we have on the day, and the topic is, what energy projects do you want to realize? So the aim of panel 3 is to highlight different types of projects by technology, including heating and cooling, solar, wind, storage, etc. We also have a project that's going to be presented by Radim, which will speak also a bit about the rural context as well. And basically we'll see a presentation from all of these projects who have implemented these different technologies, and the benefits that these projects bring, and also some of the challenges around these technologies as well. So we also have a Slido question for you all to get warmed up with. So what do you think are the main barriers to citizen energy? So in the meantime, while you answer that, I'm going to move to the next slide, if I can. Oh. Great. So I'd like to welcome up our moderator for this session, who is going to be Achille Hanneset, who works with the Directorate General for Energy under the European Commission. So welcome, Achille. We also have Dominique van der Wiel from the Intermunicipal Association of Leerdal. He's going to speak a bit around district heating and connect heat as well. We have, after that, Luisa Matos, who's an energy innovation expert. She's also the co-founder of Clean Watts. She's going to be speaking about flexibility and different types of technologies surrounding that. Radim Lang as well is going to be representing Enercom Podlipansko. And then finally, we have one last speaker, who is Sara Capuzzo, who is also, well, in Ostra, the main subject of our behavioural experiment on the ground, which we presented earlier as well. So welcome to all of our panelists. I'm just going to pass back to the question that we asked you on what do you think are the main barriers to citizen energy, and we can see some of these, if I can get to it, answers. Okay, so we've got here one of the responses, clarity on what is an energy. Okay, clarity on what is an energy community and regulation of standards. I think we spoke a little bit around this as well in the first panel, particularly regulation of standards for SMEs. I don't know, Achille, if there's anything that you want to add to that as well, based on some of these responses and what you think the main barriers are to citizen energy. We see regulation as being one of the key ones. It should just turn on if you speak into it.
Test, yes.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I think all of these are very valid barriers that have been identified. I think you can all bring them back essentially to financial and technical constraints that citizen energy initiatives also to some extent face, because it is a bottom-up initiative. It is led by smaller actors, citizens, communities that normally do not have their day-to-day operations in the electricity market. They're not a commercial party like a supplier or a project developer in its more standard sense. So I think these barriers are all coming from that. And it is our job, of course, from the Commission side to make sure that the legislation in the first place is in place to lower administrative barriers, ensure there is regulatory certainty. And I think it's also the responsibility, if it is desired, of course, to support them for policy objectives, to put in place financing mechanisms, funding opportunities for these initiatives also to start investing in these technologies that we will be discussing here today, and for which we have a distinguished panel ready to inform us. Yes, thank you, Henry. So I'm fully in charge now. By the way, this would have been a good word cloud, no? Well, that would be nice as well.
Thank you.
What energy projects do you want to realize? And this is a question to invoke inspiration from your side. Of course, we're here today for the kickoff conference. Technical assistance services is the core activity of the advisory hub for project development purposes. So we want to also inspire candidates, applicants on what type of projects they can consider and they can receive support from. And for this purpose, we have our speakers here today. They will each present very briefly, 6 minutes time, their projects. They will have presentations with them as well, as I understand it. And they will inform us about their journey, what were the successes, what were the failures, and we will be discussing them in depth. There is a slide opportunity, if I am correct, of which you have all been made aware already. So do ask your questions there. If you're in the room, I would ask you to raise your hand towards the end so that we can also have an interactive discussion and we can see eye to eye, hopefully. So with that, I think without further ado, I pass the floor to Dominique, our very first speaker, who will be informing us about a heating project, if I'm not mistaken, in Flanders. So Dominique, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Achille. Thank you. Hello. Yes, thank you, Achille. So indeed, I'm working for an intermunicipal association. So we work basically working for 13 cities and municipalities are owned by those 13 cities and municipalities. And those municipalities have objectives, have projects that they want to achieve. So basically, this project focusing on what we call a gasless neighborhood and how drinking water is heating this up. This governance structure was further elaborated during the HeatNet project. That's a live project that is finished since September, but we were one of the first in the kind to focus on the combination of heating and cooling and energy communities, which I think is a very interesting combination and has really a lot of potential. The site, what are we talking about? We are talking about a former plant producing concrete full of hard surface. So this was abandoned, and the municipality said, well, what we want to do in that area, we don't see it very large scale. We want a neighborhood, we want some housing, some room for micro enterprises, as well some green space as well. And they asked us as a municipal association, because they have such a strong vision on how it should be, to develop it as a public developer. So this is interesting. It's not a private developer. This is really developed by, from a public perspective by us, by a public owner. So we bought the site and we redeveloped it. So here you can see houses, park, small SMEs. And the ambition that we had, it was 2019, and we said it should be gasless. Nowadays, I think it's quite common to think it should be gasless, but at those days we really had to, I would say, fight for it and say, no, it should be gasless, and well, yeah, go and try. You will see it won't work. It won't. There will not be a business case. Luckily, so many years after, we are. I would say we're ahead of the time, but we could not happen. We could not know what all happened in the time in between. Basically, there were some scenarios developed and search for different options. And some engineers said, well, there is a main drink water pipe. So there is the city further that is supplied with water, and that water comes from somewhere else. So there's a big pipe there underground, and there's a constant flow of water in it. I said, well, I know a project where they got out some heat out of that water, and they could heat up and cool a building. Perhaps it's interesting as it could be interesting as well. So we continue to work on that and to check different scenarios on that concept. So basically, what is it? So you see the main drink water pipe here. There is a heat exchanger on top of it. So you have the primary circuit. So there is no interaction between that water and the secondary circuit. And this is a circuit of uninsulated pipes, so it's a cold network. And then per dwelling or per SME unit, there is an individual heat pump that makes use of it, of that heat. So in terms of temperatures, you see on top there the drink water pipe. If it has, for example, 15 degrees, then through the heat exchanger, you have the primary circuit. Then it goes, secondary circuit, sorry, it goes to the individual's houses. So there you have a heat pump, and it heats up until the desired temperature, and it gives back 11 degrees, which is put in the drink water pipe. And the drink water company said, well, we don't only want a delta T of 4 degrees. So basically, that's the concept. What we built around it was, I would say, an energy community. When we started development of it, it was everybody talked about local energy communities, I think. But the concept here is, and what we discovered, and this is a key takeaway for everybody: keep it simple as possible in a technical point of view and from an organizational point of view. Why? Every overhead kills the business case. Everything. For example, a central pump for the secondary circuit would takes an investment, but because of redundancy, you need a second pump unit there, because if the first one fails, you have the second one to take over. You have to build a cabin around it. Then you have to have an electricity connection. You need paying bills, maintenance. It costs money. The same goes for the energy community itself. What we basically did was to use something that we know. It's a co-ownership, as if you have a multi-apartment building. So the district heating grid is in co-ownership of everybody that will buy a plot of land to build its own house there. And it's well known. So basically, the legal arrangement is well established in legislation. So that's the option that we chose. The difficult thing of this case, you might have noticed it, is that the end users or the members of the energy communities were not known for years. So we're working towards creating an energy community, taking a lot of investment decisions, because you can't do it with a group of citizens because simply they are not known yet. So this is also a takeaway in case you have this type of development, brownfield development. You need to build new piping, and before houses are coming there. We as a party took a lot of investment, a lot of decisions ahead, and we did the pre-investment in the entire system, and it will be sold step by step to all the 30 new households that will come there. So that's also something to think about. It's not only about putting people around the table and think about, oh, how can we set up an energy project. Sometimes in these cases you need another party that will elaborate on it. Okay, I'm going over time, but I just want to say that we are sharing our knowledge in Flanders. So now we're in Brussels, the white strip in the middle. In Flanders, there's also a network of 13 technical assistance hubs on energy communities, and we're supporting each other there and supporting local authorities, citizens as MSEs also with questions. So I see the option for interacting with CEAH. CEAH can interact with CEAH. Okay, that's about it.
We can follow the sequence immediately, but just two remarks, maybe two key points that you highlighted, I think, is that the municipality or municipal organizations have a key role to play to advance investments and take on the organizational part of such heating projects. That's the first impression. The second was actually going to be my question. Have you thought about a central heat pump? And you explained perfectly why that might not be the right approach in this case. I have one more question though. You mentioned, okay, you're ahead of the curve and you're getting away from gas, but essentially you're making heating dependent on electricity. To some extent as well, and electricity prices are still tied up with natural gas prices as well, of course. So have you thought about leveraging local electricity production to further bring down the price within this project? Is that a potential next step to be considered?
Well, since there is a kind of an energy community here, and there are also shared parking spaces, so these are also part of the co-ownership, we immediately thought about, perhaps we can cover them with solar PV. That would, of course, make sense. But then, you know, the electricity market is so much more rigid, how it's structured, and with energy sharing, it is so difficult to find a good case. So it didn't make it to the end. The same goes for the central heat pump with heat losses and the management. You really have to think about this lean model, make it as simple as possible, because you don't want to put a lot of risk with the end users. They want their house there. They don't want to be energy managers, basically. And I think ideally they would say, well, we don't want to be owner of this system infrastructure neither. But what we said, no, you have to be owner, because if you go for co-ownership as in a multi-apartment building, then the regulation says only the exact costs can be shared. And then you're sure there is no additional party that makes profit of the system, that takes the risks and make the profit. No, we wanted to have it with the people. So only the actual costs can be charged to the people.
Very clear, thank you, Dominique. And you mentioned the households don't want to be energy managers, and I think this might be the perfect segue into the next presentation by Luisa Matos, who is an energy innovation expert and is also pursuing a PhD on local energy markets, as I just learned. So I'm ready to listen and learn from you, Luisa.
No, yes, okay. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for inviting me here to share a little bit about what I've been doing, what I did in the past. Yes, indeed, having energy management all over the place is not something that people are thinking about. What I bring today is a bit of the concept of making energy communities smarter using other technologies. So not only the generation with renewables, but also adding the flexibility components that will help improve the benefits of an energy community, optimize the energy community, and add additional layers of value that we can create. So if you think about this kind of technologies, you basically bring all of them together with the infrastructure. It's a quite complex model, but it can work and it can bring additional benefits for all. Okay. So there are some challenges to be able to empower communities with these smart systems. So today I want to bring more attention to this because if we think theoretically, the concept is really great and we can see all of the win-wins that we can have, but in fact, when we go into practice, it's not that easy. So think about the technology and the fact that we have such heterogeneous small-scale distributed energy systems. Think about how we can actually integrate all of these systems in a efficient way and replicable way. This is a huge challenge. If you think about the complex data acquisition processes, and this, coming from my experience, sometimes what it looks like the most easy thing to do, it's not. If you think that you have to integrate data from multiple systems, if you think you have to bring different DSO format data into a system that is managing all of these solutions, it's quite complex. And it's not just once that you have to do, because then things evolve, systems evolve, and you have to be updating systems. So it's quite challenging to have all of this working in interoperable way with reduced costs. Also, we can use digital tools to bring additional members to engage with all of the members in the community, but there are some There are some issues with digital literacy, so it's not that easy to make it easy for people to engage through an app, for instance. Especially if you think about vulnerable people, more elderly people, they are not very used to deal with this sort of thing, so we need to understand how we can bridge this barrier as well. And of course, links with the trust. So we do know that there are major issues. If you think about cybersecurity and also making sure that there is these algorithms that we will use to optimize these communities, they are fair and we can trust them. Then on the regulatory and financing side, there are major issues as well. Of course, we see implementation of new regulations across the member states. They are really helping, but sometimes, and I speak from experience, in Portugal, back in 2020, we had this excellent legislation to start deploying projects, energy community projects or collective self-consumption projects. But then if you go into, the daily needs, the processes and how different systems are connecting the DSO system with the energy authority system and all of these processes, that's where the problem is. So it's not about the law that we have, but then it's like, the small rules that we have to comply to make this happen. So there is a challenge here, especially if you think also on the uncertainty of some of these regulations and permitting processes as well. So it can be quite complex, and in the lunch I was sharing an experience about how in Portugal we were implementing these projects and how excited people were participating. And in the beginning, 2020, no one knew about energy communities, so we had a lot of work bringing awareness and building trust with people for them to engage with energy communities. But then we were able to, actually implement these projects, but from the moment that they engaged in the community, all the way into a moment that they were receiving energy from the community, sometimes it takes 1.5 years because of permitting processes, memorization process, so it takes a lot of time. I will move faster. So those are the challenges, and of course, benefits. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. We know about, economic benefits and social value that we can create with energy communities. I brought just 2 projects. I've been, accompanying this company, WeSmart, sorry, based here in Brussels. And they have really interesting projects that they are developing. This one, I thought it was super interesting because they are bringing together 500 schools and implementing this 20 megawatt project, starting with, using the renewables to improve access to affordable energy in these schools, but then adding these flexibility components with batteries and EV charging with the schools. And we basically can create this multi-site virtual power plant that can add additional value, additional savings for these communities. And also what I really learned that it was super interesting is these schools can also use all of this data, all of these projects to introduce this educational laboratory in the social classes, mathematics, economics, etc. And I think it's quite interesting to see, children or the students to learn about these opportunities and use this data, in their education paths. Another project was with Business Park, which was also very interesting, and I think it's quite important if you think about competitiveness of SMEs, our companies, European companies. If we can leverage on these kind of opportunities to add renewables, also adding then batteries, EV chargers, we can help companies, also then the communities around these companies to access to this additional value and reduce, I have here 25 to 30% reduction on energy bills. So this alone is a good value proposition to bring members, to bring these small companies to be part of this reality. Yeah, so basically just conclusion, and I think I mentioned most of this. I think it's quite important, the topic of scalability, the topic of having frameworks that we can replicate so that we can scale to bring more value to more people, to more small companies across Europe. And we have to address these challenges that I already mentioned. So this is, I believe, what I brought to you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Luisa. That was an excellent presentation, and I take away the collaboration with the university and engaging young people in the energy communities, triggering that interest, not only out of research considerations, but also considerations for future generations. So I think that's excellent. Also, the example of SMEs collaborating and setting up a collective self-consumption or energy sharing scheme can really be a compass for us to help lower the energy bills for them and ensure competitiveness also for small business owners. So these are important points to make. Also, what I found interesting is that the storage or the EV charging systems are always in combination with local solar PV production to help optimize the self-consumption locally, and thus also create this independence from volatility at times in the electricity markets. And when I see savings on the energy bill going to 30%, it's a hopeful sign and a clear sign as well that solar PV is to be combined with flexible technologies if it wants to optimize value for the system, but most importantly for the consumer locally. Out of the interest of time, if you agree, I will move to the next speaker. Radim, welcome. We are very much looking forward to learning from you. The struggles of setting or building up energy communities in rural areas, but also its successes. and what we can learn from this. So please, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Radim Lang. I'm from Czech Republic. I'm representing Enerkom Podlipansko, which is energy community initiated by a local action group of Podlipansko, which has been serving region past 20 years. Mostly of the projects has been heritage, farming, schooling, a lot of these projects which create a foundation of building trust throughout the region through the mayors, citizens, and small medium enterprises. We have realized that the trust was basically the foundation core, but we didn't realize it until we started implementing energy community itself. Because in based on the energy crisis, our chairwoman, which is a front runner and I say foreseer of the future, she saw the potential transfer a local action group from her original core to the energy sector itself, which first project was the CEAH, which implemented 13 municipalities throughout the region. And these municipalities started working with the CEAH itself, gathering data, learning what is the energy sector and other stuff. In 2023, we implemented our first energy management in one of our municipality. I believe the city has like 13 or 14 public buildings. We also implemented another 2 local energy plans for another 2 municipalities, and we applied for the grant which has been initiated by the State Environmental Fund for the initiating of the energy communities. We were one of the 57 who were successful. We finished the project 13th of October and this year. And also in 2025, we have implemented and are implementing, finishing off in another 10 municipalities, another 10 energy managements, and 2 more local energy plans, because we need the data. If you don't have a data, you cannot plan anything. I have already mentioned this. These are just the basically foundation stones that are helped us. Currently, our energy community, the number is not correct because I looked at this morning and the number actually consists through the onboarding system that we're developing 48 new members, which consists 10 municipalities, small, medium enterprises, and the citizens. How I mentioned, we will be next year managing 160 public buildings through energy management software. And currently, from the September, which we started the first energy sharing, it's 3.5 megawatt. I know it's not a big number, but it's a number. And we are learning for these first months, and we are planning for the bigger numbers in the next season, especially because we didn't have the big installed kilowatt peaks. I think we started like with a 50 kilowatt peak installed for the sharing. This month we are in a 0.3 megawatt peak, and we already have in a lineup another small medium enterprise who has another 220 kilowatt peak installed weekend. So the numbers are growing, especially we believe they will grow more, but this is just the beginning, and the path in front of us is much complex than it might appear. This is our concept that throughout the past year we have realized we cannot deal only with the energy community, we cannot deal only in energy management. It's all these aspects that other speakers has mentioned. We basically, every new project that we will implement is centered only on one single thing: gain or help region produce some kind of the self-sufficiency. We know we're not going to get 100%. We are not SAMSO, okay? But we can prepare region for the things that will coming our way, like is ETS2 in 2028, 2029, you know. And our point our vision is if we do energy transition correct, we can also impact the social impact itself. So this is our core where we are going. And this is, I guess, one of the biggest challenges we have. How I said, we have the onboarding system for the community energy. We are using another software for energy management, but we want to implement separate modules into one single platform that can use data throughout the platform for the reporting, for the ESG, for the small, medium enterprises, for the energy management, for the collecting data through the region, for the biomass or other aspects that can help better plan the new project through the one-stop shop and other aspects. So how you can see a lot of work ahead of us, plus if you, how Luisa mentioned, you need software, hardware for the flexibility and all the other aspects, so that's why we try to build a system instead of the project itself, because the projects are much easier aligned with the system itself. These are our main, it's the partners, but most of it is the inspiration. Each of them is bringing something valuable. NSMAS is a national federation of the local action group throughout the Czech Republic. Unie Komunitní energetiky is the union of the community energy for the Czech Republic, and these other federation associations bring the invaluable depth into where the Europe is going and how to basically learn, because we are starting in the Czech Republic right now, so that's why we need to learn. These are some of the aspects that really hinder progress for the community energy, like the fragmented gaps. We do not have the dynamic hybrid allocation key as is in Austria, Spain, Italy, and obviously the major problem, which I believe the CEAH was initiated, is the operational cash flow for the new energy community, because you might have a draft, but you still need to pay the people to basically work at it, every day. So. And this is the thank you now to everybody, to our mayors, to citizens, small, medium enterprises, and everybody who has been involved in this journey and who is supporting us throughout the future steps. And I believe we've got many more years of the work ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Radim. I'm sure everyone in the room was quite, how to say, inspired by the journey that you have gone through. I think to follow up with a very quick question, you mentioned the CEAHs, and I like how everything is integrated into the larger Commission ecosystem, and the Covenant of Mayors being one of them. We also provide assistance for local authorities to actually design energy plans. How crucial were these plans for the success of that you have just showcased and your journey so far? Yeah.
Well, those first data has initiated the spark for the self-sufficiency. You saw that some of the cities were spending a lot of money, then the energy community movement came, so that was the vision, lowering the bills. And obviously right now we are maybe, real numbers can be maybe 10-15% from the year balancing, but that's because we do not have where the energy stored, because we are with the energy production in the Czech Republic over here, but you have the storage somewhere over here. So now we need to build the storage so we can give the energy even when the sun is not shining.
On your way to strategic autonomy, as we call it, that's what we're going for at the European Union's level, strategic autonomy from our neighbors and the larger world. And yeah, you could see that shining through as well in the self-sufficiency narrative. You will not become completely independent, but in strategic points of time, you will have an increased amount of autonomy that you can leverage. So it's nice to see this balance on focusing on self-sufficiency with an integrated perspective as well.
Well, thank you. I mean, we are just following the trends, and then it just, well, we try not following. I'm sorry, I mentioned. it just showed us what on different webinars, different conferences, different panels is talking about, you know, and yeah, we were thinking like that, you know, energy community, energy management, then started coming other, and it has been repeating, and then all of a sudden, because the goal from the committee and from the general committee was the simple, you know, make a region self-sufficient some way. Nobody said the number what, how big, but they said some way, and then all of a sudden all these things just jump into one single picture, you know, that you just have to think simultaneously, or we try to think simultaneously about it.
Yes, okay, just casually following the trend. I take good note.
What we try to do, you know.
But no, it's great, and you're leading by example in many ways as well. But the trend is there. It's coming from legislation, it's coming from policy making as well. But it's being really materialized by all of you, of course, with delivering actual tangible projects that make economic sense on the ground. So happy to hear, and with that, I think we move on. Thank you. So we have Sara Capuzzo, and she will be telling us about Enostra, which is an energy community in Italy, but not just your usual energy community, I would say, a very professionalized one with loads of experience and engaging in cutting edge technologies and services as well, just casually following trends, I assume. Yes.
Thank you for the invitation as well. Yes, I'm talking just one slide for Enostra, and then we go to the project. Enostra is an energy cooperative born in 2014, and we work on different fields. We do collective plans participated by members. We supply 100% renewable energy, and some of it is ethical and sustainable. I don't have time to explain why. And then we support energy communities since the beginning, since 2020. We support members that want to be lighter, energetically lighter, let's say. And we do campaign and project of awareness about energy transition, everything with the goal, the purpose of putting the energy citizen in the middle and trying to give the widest range of opportunity to energy citizen and the most affordable ones to be able to involve, to be not a niche, but to involve everyday more energy citizen. But today we are talking about flexibility, the local flexibility market, which is, let's say, a new market because there are not many experience on the field. And the purpose is to manage congestion, mainly to manage congestion and overloads by enabling energy citizens to modulate active power, and by enabling distributed resources to participate to this market, meaning renewables, electric vehicle storage, heating pumps, and so on. The flexibility is essential to help to have a fair transition and to help the decarbonization of the system. And it's important because it's an opportunity to activate the role of energy citizen as participant to the market. And it's interesting that it's a cooperative model, mainly in this period where everybody is learning, DSOs, BSP, everybody is learning. So it's a very cooperative model, which improving the efficiency of the system can provide win-win benefit to all the stakeholders. So it sounds cool, but it's not that easy. In Italy, we have 3 pilot projects. The national authority has approved this project following the directive and with a specific resolution. And we are working on a couple of these, but mainly in Rome with RomeFlex. And in RomeFlex, the DSOs, it says that in their presentation. So it's important because they provide ancillary services through transparent and certified mechanism, fostering the growth of an open and inclusive market for benefit of all the stakeholders. It's important because it's open and inclusive, and it's not guaranteed. Not all the projects are working like that, and it's something that is important to focus on. And the expectation of this DSO in Rome is to satisfy 5% of the grid development needs within 2030, and then 10%. So flexibility plays an important role. And other important things is that the minimum size of the resource, the POD involved are of 3 kilowatts, so it's inclusive. And the size of the service is 300 watt, so very, very, very small. And the DSO provides for free. PIGUI, it's an acronym. It's a device provided to make the flexibility manageable and to collect the data of consumption and to send the request to the BSP. And there are two products, the forward one, so there are auctions where you apply saying how many resources you can put and for how big capacity overall. And then there is a spot market where you have to provide the service, so the request reaches the BSP. And the remuneration has been approved for next year. It's about 80,000 euros per megawatt per year. And it's important that this is for the distributed resources, but if you have a resource that provides service to the TSO, in that case, the price is lower. So that's an important distinction, because otherwise, as you can see in Italy, in some cases, the combined heating and power are participating together with the households, and it's not working at all, and it's not a way to decarbonize because they rely on gas and not on renewables and many other things. I must go quicker. This is the roles, but as I told you, there is the DSO, the BSP, and we are aggregator. With the Nostra, we are BSP and the resources, and the GME is the body that manage the requests and remunerate for the service. This is how the project is increasing. This year it was 90 POD resources, let's say. Next year we'll double that, and we are going to increase even the capacity. And now we are just involving members by email, doing webinars, meeting and calls. From next year, we will use push notification through our platform, in-house made platform, which is Ampere. And the last thing is important because it's about remuneration, because this works if it's interesting and if it works for all the stakeholders, even the active consumers. And from the data that we have, we can say that the remuneration is comparable to 1 bill out of 12 a year. So you save 1 bill for households. This is how the requests increase. So you can see that at the beginning, there weren't many requests in the 90 POD, but now they have increased. And this is a specific case of a shopping center which has put in flexibility 100 kilowatt of the heating pumps. And we could manage to, for example, answer to that request of 2 hours of 100 kilowatt, thanks to the thermal inertia of the building. And we are using EOT, which is a platform, a digital platform that helps us to optimize the energy flow. And there is not only explicit flexibility, but there is a wide range of opportunity for energy citizen, the production and the self-consumption, the participation to energy communities, and the dynamic prices, which are an implicit way to sensitize the consumer to participate. And for that purpose, we are involved in Rome One Energy Community, and we have launched this new dynamic tariff, which is reserved to the renewable energy communities and which has a smaller markup in the daily hours so that you can reduce their prices and encourage the consumption when the plants of the energy community are producing. So in that way, you increase the premium tariff that they get. So it's multiple goals together. Just to finish, as I said, local flexibility is a space for democratic participation if capital letters, there are transparent and not discriminatory procedures adopted. It's a space for the energy citizen in a market. You're not giving incentive, but you are participating in a market. So it's quite a revolution, a bottom-up revolution. It's a collaborative model, as I was saying before, and the benefits are for all the stakeholders, and everybody's learning, and the rules are changing thanks to these small experiences that provides new elements to improve the rules. And it's not only explicit, is, as I said, a wide range of opportunity to change behavior and to change our role in the market, and this is feasible if the digital transition goes together with the energy transition, and if every stakeholder makes its part to make it possible. And renewable energy community are like an important actor, because it's the directive says that they can provide flexibility and they can participate in this market. So let's do it. Thank you very much.
Well, I warned you that it was something that you will have never seen before, I think, an energy community that is so actively engaged as an aggregator in local flexibility markets is really, local flexibility markets in itself are already a rare duck, let alone that you have committed citizens also participating in it. So that was great, great glimpse of the future. Which you are bringing very close to our horizon already. I think from my side, what I do take away is the low pre-qualification and bid size requirements, which really allow smaller projects, smaller technologies to also participate. The fact that there is a forward market, not only a spot market, which helps you prepare also, not only yourself, but your members. And then speaking of your communication with members, I think quite fascinating. Yeah, there is the implicit demand response. You mentioned it, dynamic pricing. But there's also a more explicit interaction that is occurring through emails still, but soon to be fully digitalized through platforms. So I think our panel members might have some interesting conversation with each other afterwards as well to learn. So that's great news. I think out of the interest of time, I understand that we wrap up at 3:15, right? So normally we have a bunch of questions still for you prepared, but I will just boil it down to one specific question, and it will apply to all of you. Unless you really say this is a useless question for me, please give me another. I will provide. I'm here to serve you, but all of you. My question would be maybe rather unusual, but the journey you have been on and where you are currently with your project, what is the one mistake that you made that you would like to raise and tell everyone, don't do this, don't go there, because you will regret it? And I mean professional mistakes, of course. We all have personal mistakes, but that's not today. Okay, so who wants to go first?
I can go. I think the challenge is to choose one mistake. From my experience, I think the biggest mistake was to be a bit optimistic when I started the journey, to launch a company to develop energy communities or collective self-consumption projects. Optimistic in a sense that we realized that we had, the legislation we had people wanting to be part of an energy community, but maybe we went too soon because then all of the other problems happen. So if you think in terms of the barriers, I think we experienced all of them from the start, starting with access to funding. And I'm thinking about private funding for these communities. There is a lot of available capital, private capital out there, but these entities, these funds or impact funds, they needed a little bit more understanding of what is an energy community project. And back then, they didn't realize, they didn't have any tool to help them assess the risk of a project like this. So this was, the first one. And we had to change all of the strategy. Then, of course, being super optimistic on how fast we were able to actually start sharing energy. And I think here the learnings is actually how to manage expectations from the members that we are engaging. When is it the best moment to start engaging with members? And that was also very important because we created a lot of frustration from many people in, for instance, rural areas, really interested in being part of a community and start saving on the energy bill. And they were like waiting for months, and this discredited a lot, the topic of energy communities. And then I think the last one is how easy would be to bring the data from the DSO, accurate data in the right timing. So this was also a big challenge because, of course, they had to comply with the rules to give the data, but they didn't have yet the right systems to handle, the size of the request. And this was quite challenging. So I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Who's willing to go next?
Yeah, I guess I'll go next. I think if I look at it back the past 2.5 years, the biggest mistake was waiting with the European integration. Some might not like it back home, but I'm just saying it, because there's just, it's not about money. It's about the knowledge, the knowledge is the power. I mean, you learn through where it's going, and obviously another second big mistake was don't think energy transition is easy. I mean, bloody hell. I mean, everything you have to incorporate into it if you want to achieve the goal, so every day you learn something, you realize how much you don't know, how much more you have to learn, and how much more people you have to include into everything, the technical aspects, economical aspects, the investments, just like it was mentioned, the private contractors, private investors, but those that are not the one just for the money, so it's a lot, but it's a process, so.
Okay, learn by doing is key, and listening and learning from more experienced, but also other stakeholders is my takeaway. By the way, Radim, you're not a retired Hollywood actor, right? Because you look like Christian Bale, man. It's incredible. It's.
No, I'm not planning retire. No. But yeah, it has been a tough year. Yeah, I admit it. I hope the next year will be better. Maybe some vacation.
Yes. We blame Netflix, right? Yeah. Okay, without further ado, we move on. Dominique or Sarah? Dominique, yeah.
Okay, in terms of mistakes, I think we had too much plans. Doing an innovation is already complex, but we tend to stack up different innovations or complexities and add one to each other, and we think in the mix there will be the solution, but one innovation is already extremely difficult. I think what you just asked, could you add solar PV, and then we were thinking about mixing this concept or the other one, and one of the concepts that we had high expectations of at that time was the implementation of the energy community legislation. We thought things will change. Basically, what we do today, we could have done it 10 years ago, before energy communities existed, which is, well, which has to do, of course, with how it is implemented, that there is no kind of, I would say, profit of an advantage given to an energy community, if you're now an energy community or not. But however, it challenged us to think in a different way. So there was kind of an advantage involved there. But if we would look back, I would not expect too much from changes that will happen in the future. What is there today, and the simple solution you can have today, this is the way to go. Don't make it too complex, because every time you add an element, you add a risk. And such, I think all cases as presented, they must have a business case, and you don't want, and you give it to the hands of people, and you don't want to hand over a lot of risks into their hands, because then it, yeah, if it fails, then it's not good. You're still doing business somehow as an energy community. So make it reduce the risks as much as possible. So that, I would say, we had to, if we made a mistake, we were stacking up too much things. Finally, once we got rid of everything and it was becoming simple and lean, then was the moment we felt, okay, this I think we baked a cake that people will like.
Very good. Keep it simple and think today. That's the two principles that I take away. Thank you, Dominic. Sarah?
It seems that he was talking to me. I'm innovation bulimic, and keep it simple. It's quite a nice suggestion. But the mistake is to think that from scratch to reality, it's easy. It's not like that. And the devil is in the details, and you have to do things and to dirty your hands in the field, and then you learn what the rules were saying and what are the difference between, for example, in this case, different DSOs. Otherwise, you couldn't understand. So just try, do pilots before putting like a service on the market. Do pilots, small pilots, experiment, change the ideas from the results, and then you'll be strong and and safe. I would say that.
Very good. From pilot project, successful demonstration project to scaling and actually accessing markets more broadly and tapping into that. That's an important next step indeed, which you are taking as it stands.
And the other thing is that don't think that the things are like that forever. If you read rules and they don't make sense to you and you understand it from the field, then you can go back and tell to the regulator or to the DSO or to whoever and says, this is not working for this reason. You had the good purposes, but the reality says that this is not working. So you think that you are a change maker and you are there to improve the transition, the just transition.
This is, I think, a very crucial point indeed that you're striking. Don't act in isolation, but reach out, make sure that your lessons, the data coming out of your project reaches also the relevant parties that can actually institutionalize change, whether that's regulators, ministries, or system operators, I think in particular. Okay, voila, we did our tour. We're almost there. I promised that questions were allowed from the audience. I see there's quite a few. So I'll pick one from Slido after I give the opportunity to the room to stand up and let their voice be heard. So please, the floor is yours, audience. Give some challenging questions to our panelists. I feel I've been too easy on them, no? Everything clear? Maybe you slept through the session, I don't know. Prove me wrong. Okay, we'll go to Slido. You think about it, but I want to see someone at least stand up. Okay, How do you effectively communicate to members who are less knowledgeable of the technical nuances of flexibility markets? I think, Sarah, this one is for you.
Sorry. We are thinking of using like WhatsApp for the people that are not used to use apps. We are going to check this from January, so we don't have results now, but we'll let you know what happens. But this is the way, and then public events or moment where you can say, what can I move, which device can I move to reduce 1 kilowatt? It's not obvious, so you have to tell people, maybe it's the drying machine, maybe the washing machine, whatever. So we need to teach this. And the other one? No, maybe after that?
Maybe we can, well, yeah, go ahead.
I guess that one goes for me. Yeah, the energy community is and has to be registered with a regulator. You have to have a license, but it's not a trading license, it's a license per the European Commission for the renewable energy communities, and then you are allowed in. I mean, let's be honest, what is the sharing? Sharing is just the mathematical operation. It's not, the energy is flowing into the grid, and then just some smart software calculate how much energy have you used. And yes, Sarah is a little bit farther away ahead of us because, yeah, we plan the same thing. Use the energy community through the aggregator for the flexibility. So, yeah, I think we might have to have a chat.
That's great to hear. Audience, have you woken up? Are you ready? Give us a fiery question, come on. I see some people staring at the ceiling. Soon I will be picking maybe someone. Here we go.
Anyway, it was
Thank you.
Previous panel, but okay, sorry. Hello, I'm Daniela. I'm from Romania, and I'm quite interested in energy communities in rural areas. And I was talking to your colleague Lise before, and to your colleague Lean. And anyway, but I would ask you now, Lars, a question, please. And I've asked you previously in the breakfast webinars, I've asked this question. So you are, let's say, managing, you know very well what's happening within an energy community, yes? And there's members of those communities who's are participants in a community, yes, with the aim to reduce their energy bills in the end, because that's the immediate interest of, let's say, a household or the members of a household who are also a member of the community, yes? My question is, who deals with the billing process within an energy communities? I'm very interested in Romania, for example, to help a rural community, yes, a village to form a community. There's 250 households who have a minimum of 3 kilowatts of panels on each house and 5 kilowatt hour of battery in each household. And the local authorities has about 500 kilowatt of panels on schools, on public institutions, yes? And there's other 200 households in that village who could benefit from the other 250 households and the energy that the town hall doesn't use because they go home at 4 o'clock, schools close for 3 months during the year. Do you know what I mean? Yes? The problem is, who's going to, this is a small community, yes? Who's going to deal with their billing process? Are they going to get the bill from their current energy supplier? Obviously they're not going to be disconnected from the grid, yes? Who's going to, where are they going to get two, or do they get two bills in your community, or how is it done?
Billing is done through the platform, because the data from the smart meters travel to the National Energy Data Hub. From this Energy Data Hub, that sends to the app regulator, because the traders, they have to send their own measured data, and yet then on the invoice you have like the item that one you bought through the trader, and the rest of it or part of it you have received through the energy community, and it's lowered on that bill. And then from the energy community there's another invoice, yes. But with a different price, obviously.
Can I give just a very general reflection? It's not specific on this topic, but what we often do see is the energy markets are very complex. It's already mentioned. And what has been explained about flexibility and what you exactly need, it is complex. And I often say it's like the energy market is designed by legal specialists and market specialists, and not the energy specialists. So basically, from a legal point of view, everything is designed as if it's for big companies with a lot of expertise. If you're coming in as an energy community, you have to group yourself into and make yourself smart enough to compete with those guys and to aggregate and to play with them. But what is lacking often is a specific framework for small communities, for some people doing something together. If I come back to heat, what we see in our country is the heat market is designed again for the idea of you have a big energy source, you have a distribution system, you have a supplier, and you can serve thousands of houses. And then you have obligations, licenses. But the moment you are working with two people together, legally, you almost have to fulfill all these requirements as well, which makes it almost impossible. So what I feel what is missing is kind of a framework of these very small scale things that, for example, you have two neighbors that want to make one geothermal drill, and they both have their heat pump and they use the heat. In theory, it could be as simple as that. You don't need thick reporting obligations, social obligations, etc. It could be simple as that, but here the use case that lawmakers have is something different than these small-scale solutions. I think that's a structural problem that still is missing, why we are struggling with implementing energy communities. It can grow from very small, but what you see is now the solution now comes from people that invest a lot of time in trying to find these answers to very complex problems. And there is no a shortcut for small groups. I think basically I feel that is missing in this legislation, and that to really give a good push to energy communities really to grow and play their role. It's too complex. It's not designed, the energy market is not designed for energy communities.
I would like to agree.
Yes, indeed. And in many ways, the EU legislation on energy communities is pushing the envelope there and asking as well for regulators and ministries, of course, to revise the rules to make them non-discriminatory and proportionate to the characteristics of an energy community, essentially. So it is a road that needs to be taken, and regulators, ministries are also learning from projects on the ground on what that means and which type of administrative hurdles are particularly burdensome can be eased. Not everything can, of course, be taken away. It's still a complex system. I think balancing responsibility is one of the key examples of where it gets really risky for an energy community to get involved by itself. And we can only hope that AI, the term has to be used, right? AI might actually give you also some leeway and solutions in the future to also have better forecasting models and these digital smart models, platforms as well, to make sure that you send the right signals through automatization, potentially to your members, to make sure that you meet as much as possible the demand when you produce. Okay, we have heard about the main failures, but what's the main piece of advice you would give? Of course, yeah, advice can flow from failure. Usually it does. no one makes advice out of thin air unless they read a very good book or listen to an interesting teacher. But would you have any more advice that you would give? And make it really short, to the point, one sentence. Who feels it?
I mean, I can say from our region, you know, it is not the work of the one person. It is built on the history. And even with that 20 years of the history, there's been still only few pioneers who, so you just get those guys who believe in that vision and you just work with it.
It's an advice I gave, somebody gave me from a political level, basically it says innovation only can grow in a gray zone.
Is this a call for gray zones?
Basically, yes, because, well, if you really want to innovate, you have to do something that hasn't been done before. It's, yeah, sometimes you have to operate in a gray zone.
Yeah, and it brings us naturally to regulatory sandboxes, and maybe we don't make enough use of them yet.
A regulatory sandbox would be a regulatory gray zone, but yeah, it's. I'm not supporting doing things that are not. It's a tricky device, I know. But sometimes it's necessary to just do it. We look too much often to what is possible, what's not possible, and somebody suddenly said, "But stop doing that. Just do it." And sometimes you have a breakthrough, and then legislation will follow. Sometimes if you do the right thing.
Okay, it seems like your advice is don't listen too much to the lawyers. No, but well noted. Good point. You want to close?
Yeah, just maybe a comment. I think there is today a lot of knowledge available, and my advice would be to reach out to people that really already did it, already learn, and so that you can leverage on that knowledge. Also, in the final point, I think we should move into a sort of, and this is coming to my PhD topic, a sort of a dominant design. And I like to compare with, for instance, when a new market is born. If you think about the car industry, the first cars that you had in the market, they were all different. You had, many configurations. You didn't have yet the infrastructure, et cetera. And then you went to a dominant design, and now you have, all of the cars, mostly, they look alike. And that was the way to scale the industry. And I think in this area, it's the same. We need to look at what could be a dominant design so that we can then scale it efficiently. So that would be my advice.
Excellent. Maybe energy sharing can be that standard model in due time. Let's see. Okay, and with that, I wrap up the session. I give it back to the master of ceremony. Sorry, I thank you for your attention, your engagement as well, online, on site. And of course, I would like to thank all the panel members because it was truly learningful, it was meaningful. I enjoyed the debate, I enjoyed listening to you, learning from you. Let's continue to be in touch. We are collecting good practices, best practices, case studies, so that other projects can continue to learn from you and understand fully your initiatives, your struggles, but also what turned your project into a success. So with that, I pass it to you, Henry. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much to all of our speakers, and also probably a quick round of applause also for our moderator, Achille. We should never forget the moderators. No, obviously the focus of that was very much meant to be a bit more technical and a technical discussion, and I think it certainly delivered on that front and on many other fronts. We're now going to have a short coffee break until 20 to 4, when we will all reconvene in here, and then we have our interactive breakout sessions. So one thing I would ask just before we head out to that, when we have our breakout sessions, particularly for those in the room, we want to be all in one group around a table. Over the day, we've gradually dispersed and some people have left, so I can see tables of 1 or 2 people. We don't have 20 facilitators. So what would be great is if when you come back from your coffee break, if you can all congregate around a table with up to 8 or 10 people and try and work your way into those groups. Just a small challenge for you before you come back. That would be great. And then, of course, we can run through what the objectives of that breakout session will be, and then go through some of the questions and then leave you for your interactive inputs as well. So thank you very much, and we'll see you in 20 minutes. Thank you, everyone. If I can ask anyone who is staying, who I can see in the corridor, to come and join us back in the plenary room. And the same for anyone having coffee and a bit of cake. If you can please come and join us in the main room. We're going to start our final session. So this final workshop session is interactive. So for those of you who are still online as well, you'll leave us shortly after I've described exactly what the objectives are and some of the questions, and you'll split into breakout rooms, and you'll have an online facilitator who will be there to guide you through exactly what you need to do. For those of you that are in the room, you'll notice that there are some tables that have pen and paper, and you'll notice that there are some tables that don't. For those of you that are not sat at a table with pen and paper, can I please ask you to stand up and sit at a table where there is a pen and paper? So exactly this table here, if you sit on this front table. There's also a table here at the front left, if you don't have a pen and paper. And the idea is that we want the tables to be full. So if you're also sat at a table that you see is empty, please sit around a busier table that has pen and paper. And that also goes for our facilitators. Roughly around 8 as a maximum per table. Okay, that's a good start. And then if I can ask our facilitators to also join these tables. So Giovanni, I see you sat there at the back, very relaxed. You have a table? Perfect. I think this front table here is perhaps missing a facilitator. Martina? No, he's the good. Giovanni is good. If he has a full table, he's good. Do we need a facilitator in the front table? We have one. Oliver? Organizing this with a microphone is a lot easier, I must admit. Okay. Does anyone not have a table, or is anyone not sat at a table who would like to participate in the workshop session? You, Loic. Loic, there's some space on this table where Zoe is. There's also another table in the middle there where Giovanni is, who wave Giovanni. This Giovanni, yeah? Okay, excellent. We're getting there slowly. So while I leave everyone to get comfortable, so I'll just go through some of the workshop objectives. So for those of you in the room and also online, we want to identify relevant stakeholder groups and clearly articulate their motivations, opportunities, and perceived barriers when being involved in citizen energy projects. We want to reflect on ways cooperation among citizens, municipalities, SMEs, all of the different actors that we've mentioned today, can be structured to strengthen involvement, examine barriers that limit participation and define enabling conditions that support engagement, so the real focus is around engagement, and then share practical examples of engagement, communication, outreach, and support strategies, including approaches that involve energy poor or vulnerable households. So The schedule is group introductions, so I think even some of this shuffling around exercise has probably allowed you to introduce each other as well, introduce yourselves to each other as well. But obviously, once I leave you, effectively, it'd be good that you all introduce yourselves with name and organization and your role as stakeholders, so you get a good understanding of who's on the table and what perspectives they bring. Then you're going to have an hour-long discussion. There's going to be some questions that come up through Slido, so you'll all need to connect through Slido and you'll see those questions. You've also got, for those of you in the room, you've got the flip charts, post-it notes and markers for brainstorming. And then basically, once you have your key takeaways, I'd ask you to put them into Slido. And then we will use AI to shuffle all of that together and give some final outputs that we'll discuss. So that's the main idea of the workshop. So these are the guiding questions. I won't read through them all because you will see them all on Slido any moment now. But there are 4 main questions, so you've got an hour to go through them, so around 15 minutes per question. So you can all connect here, and then hopefully, Thomas, you might be able to confirm, everyone should be able to see the questions. Great. So I will leave you all to discuss. For those of you that are online, you'll be leaving us and you'll go into your breakout rooms, and we'll reconvene in around an hour's time. So thank you very much, everyone. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. That's a full, I think a bit more than a full hour that we've had for discussions, and it's great to see everyone still chatting, which is excellent news. So, with the help of all of your discussions and a little final push from AI, we've consolidated all of the final results and all the final inputs that you've all inputted into Slido. So we have a few sort of responses summarized for each of the points that we asked. Before I go through them, can I please ask all the facilitators to please come up onto the stage, or one from each table, because I think some of you have doubled up. Here we go. And if you join me just here, I'll leave that with you for the moment, Oliver. Yeah. And then I'll quickly talk through some of the summary, and then you can obviously add a bit more detail, perhaps, if you have something you want to add on each of the questions that came up. If you don't have anything to add, then no stress. That's also okay. Maybe it was an hour enjoyable discussion about something unrelated. Okay. So the first question was, what motivates different actors to get involved in energy projects, and what opportunities do these projects create for their communities or organizations? And based on a lot of your answers, providing ChatGPT has listened and done this correctly, we have actors engaged in citizen energy projects driven by climate action, energy affordability, local autonomy, social inclusion, and opportunities to build trust. Projects foster community cohesion, democratic participation, and empowerment by enabling collective decision-making, knowledge sharing, and inclusive access to energy as a common good. And finally, citizen energy initiatives generate economic, environmental, and social value, as we know, cost savings, local job creation, investment opportunities, carbon reduction, and strengthened regional identity. And actually, at the table I sat at, I think that was something that really came up quite prevalently, was obviously not just the fact that energy projects bring benefits with relation to energy, but also on the wider sphere, on more locally relevant topics, depending on the area that you're based. But Oliver, I wonder if you want to add anything else to that?
First of all, I think this is a really good representation already that ChatGPT did here. I think our group, we had a very interesting discussion, and it showed how many of these different ambitions are also somehow interrelated. I think also, especially what I see here is these second points, what the projects can foster can also be a motivation in itself, like democracy or also stability in regards to energy, as well as kind of this feeling of being part of the energy generation from A to Z, from generation to sharing to consumption, really having the local ownership. I think that's one thing that definitely fostered. And then there's a lot of other points as well, including economic, local empowerment, etc. I think there was a lot to mention here, but I think this is quite a good summary.
Brilliant, thank you. Do any of our other panelists want to come in on this question, or is it summed up fairly well?
Just something that came out from our group is that obviously we try to divide by different stakeholders, and we see that there are very different motivations depending on the stakeholders we picked, right? And we also try to include as many stakeholders as possible, including also large energy providers and financial institutions, because they are part of the ecosystem in terms that they provide credits, for instance, the financial institutions. And obviously what we noticed that it was much more difficult to list all the motivations for citizens or municipalities compared to financial institutions or energy providers, which are profit-driven. So their motivations are either driven by profit or by CSR type of objectives. So it was much more easier for those stakeholders to identify the drivers to start or join a project. Anything else to add?
I think we can move on to the next question in that case. So the second question was, what helps citizens, municipalities, SMEs, cooperatives, and other local actors work well together on energy projects? And what makes that collaboration successful and inclusive? So some of us summarised Oliver's quite tall, in case you haven't noticed. So some of the points here, we have successful collaboration requires clear governance, shared objectives, early municipal involvement, and structured processes that align diverse actors around common community energy goals. Inclusive cooperation depends on tailored communication. I think that's very true. Simple explanations, common language, and accessible technical support, enabling all stakeholders to understand, participate, and contribute effectively. I think today as well, we covered a lot of different things around networking and discussions and webinars that hopefully help to make these kind of concepts a bit more digestible, particularly for those that obviously don't work in the sphere or aren't used to these kind of projects. And then trust-based partnerships flourish through transparency, flexibility, skilled facilitation, political support, and accessible financing, ensuring balanced participation and meaningful engagement across all local actors. Does anyone want to add anything there? Zoe?
Yeah, thanks. I think it's it's covered most of the points that we spoke about. Something that really came up for us was this idea of transparency and building trust between different actors, because obviously in the list of actors that we have there, we have people with very different resources, and there can be a lot of power dynamics at play. And we were thinking about how for individual citizens, it can be difficult for them to know if they're interacting with people who have a kind of vested interest in whatever it is that they're discussing. So it's hard for them sometimes to know, or you can turn it around and say it's very reassuring and empowering for them to know if they're speaking with someone that they can trust, an intermediary or an interlocutor who, they know what their ultimate interests are, and that it's a kind of transparent setup. We thought that was key.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the importance of including municipalities as soon as possible in the process of creation of energy projects, but we also talked a lot about the importance of trying to understanding the fact that each of the actors everyone engaged has different needs, and the importance really to tailor and to make their needs fit with each other, and not to give for granted that everyone has the same needs. Exactly.
So aligning goals is
exactly
important. Perfect. So
if I'm, I have one more thing that I think was quite interesting from our group, and that's the existence of pre-existing templates and tools that initiatives can just use. So I think a lot of these things are true, and we have also absolutely discussed them, but sometimes just building existing and figuring out how to cooperate takes a lot of energy and takes a lot of energy away from actually delivering the impact. So I think that's one thing additionally to mention here. As well, how much it helps to have local leaders, may it be municipalities, mayors, or other local leaders who have trust in the community and can bring people together.
Thank you. So I think we can move on to question number 3, which was, what factors make it difficult for local actors to take part or lead energy projects? And what conditions would make participation easier and more attractive? So participation is hindered by complex rules, slow permitting, grid access barriers, limited capacity, and structural disadvantages that make citizen initiatives uncompetitive with larger actors. And of course, we spoke a bit about that actually in the third panel as well. Local actors struggle with financing gaps, risk aversion, low energy literacy, and limited time or knowledge to mobilize communities and manage project responsibilities. And then finally, participation becomes easier with clear legislation, simplified procedures, de-risked finance, reliable information, and supportive frameworks that build trust, inclusivity, and strong local ownership. So basically the opposite of the previous 2 points. So does anyone have anything they want to add to that? No? Okay. Quite self-explanatory. Well done, ChatGPT. So the final question that we had, what communication and engagement approaches work best to reach diverse groups, including energy poor or vulnerable households, to be engaged in energy projects? I know Martina just previously mentioned that obviously every different actor clearly has quite different needs. So I know that communication is probably one that needs to be tapered in particular. So effective engagement requires tailored communication using simple, accessible messages shaped around local structures, trusted leaders, and specific motivations on each community group. Reaching vulnerable households works best through trusted intermediaries, NGOs, welfare services, housing providers who understand local realities and can build confidence and participation. And then finally, inclusive outreach relies on flexible, low-barrier engagement methods, meeting people where they are, offering welcoming spaces. Often town halls, village halls are quite good as well, public spaces, translation support, and diverse, culturally relevant communication channels. Giovanni.
Yes. Now, yeah, in our table, we discussed a lot about communication and engagement and the importance of identifying community leaders that you need to engage early on in the process. And we had a very interesting example of how the lack of communication and engagement can backfire. It's the case of a project, an initiative where they wanted to implement batteries in a windmill area. And it was a project that was already approved by the regional authority, but without consulting the local owners and the people that were living in the area that were totally against it, because they were basically presented with this project that was already being approved without knowing anything about the benefits. And so the project was actually stopped, and it led also to the lack of trust from the people living there, and also now nobody wants to invest or try to invest anymore in this type of initiative because they're scared of a local reception. So for sure, engagement and communication and engaging local leaders, it's something that's very important.
Yeah, we also talked a lot about the needs to find more creative way to attract people, to capture people's attention. So, of course, inclusive and welcoming spaces, informative websites, everything, but also more attractive way to capture people's attention or to explain what the project is about.
Giovanni?
Yeah, just to add that also this fourth topic attracted a lot of attention and debate in our on our table. We were discussing before about the different needs for different stakeholders. We can consider energy poors as a very specific stakeholder type, and maybe their needs is really around the economic opportunity of joining an energy citizen energy initiative. So maybe focusing on the possible savings in joining this initiative could be a right angle to leverage, and also the sense of participation and being part of a community that in some cases marginalized groups felt sometimes disconnected from other groups. So these are the two main angles that we think that should be leveraged.
Brilliant. Were there any other inputs, or are we? Nope. Perfect. I've only just realized how convenient and inconvenient it is that you're both called Giovanni and stood next to each other. So a big thank you to our facilitators and a big thank you to all of you for providing your inputs to the workshop sessions. We are very nearly at the close of our conference. I think you can leave that with me if you prefer. Okay, so we're very nearly at the close of our conference, and I just want to give a final word to Achille Hanneset, who's our Directorate General for Energy. Well, from the Directorate General of Energy. He isn't the Director General for Energy. At the European Commission. Sorry, it's been a long day. So Achille, please. No worries.
You saw my future, or? No, so thank you very much, Henry, for giving me the closing remarks, and thank you all for being present and to have actively contributed to the discussions, sharing your experiences with us. I hope it was really meaningful, learningful for you as well. Of course, we are embarking on a journey. This is the first step. This is the kickoff conference. This initiative has been working behind the curtains for a couple of months already, preparing the ground to investigate legal frameworks, organize open calls for technical assistance, help municipalities also plan projects together with communities, do behavioral experiments to make sure that consumers can really access the right offers, understand their energy bill. There is a huge amount of work behind this. But this kickoff conference is the first time we talk to you. We have a public face, and we're inviting all of you to engage with this initiative as much as possible. We have a network, a very vibrant network. We have breakfast series, as we call them. So then we invite best practices, speakers to tell us about their journey, what worked well, what didn't. You can ask questions, you can learn from them. We have also newsletters, so you will probably then receive, when you subscribe, a small summary overview of the event with some nice pictures that have been taken, so, or not so nice, I need to, okay, mitigate expectations. But so it's really worth it to stay in the loop, so I invite you to do so as well. Now, we heard a lot of challenges, I think, throughout the day, and I will say it again, a lot of it comes from these financial technical constraints. And what we want to do, of course, is to help take away some of these constraints and burdens. There's different ways that you can do that. You can talk with regulators, the ministry, those who design rules, to inform them on what is possible, what is not possible, and what they should put in place to enable citizen energy projects. Another way of doing that is really taking an initiative by the hand and providing financing services, not access to finance, but in designing investment concepts, for example, capacity building support, so making sure that the capacity is there to negotiate with different stakeholders like system operators, local municipalities, but it can also be much broader than that, engagement strategies. Like really at the core of this initiative, yes, we want to mobilize communities, yes, we want to mobilize local actors, but we want to do it for a purpose. The purpose is to have citizens engaged in this transition. Again, this can come in many ways. It doesn't necessarily have to be with a vote at the end of the day, but it needs to be with hearing their voice, at least, so that we know that we can design these projects in a way that serves their needs. I think talking about needs, one of the key priorities of the Commission now is affordability. We have the Affordability Energy Action Plan. These initiatives, at the end of the day, they might not immediately deliver on tangible economic benefits, but it should be a focus point to make sure that there is at least stable access to affordable energy. And we know that energy communities have shown this throughout the energy crisis, that they can be resilient to wholesale market dynamics that are sometimes very volatile and give high prices. So we are building here on strategic autonomy, self-sufficiency without being selfish. So we look at the wider system, we integrate ourselves within it, react to market signals to optimize benefits, but we also make sure there is a steady flow of affordable energy within local energy systems. And I think that's what we're working on here with this initiative. So I'm super honored to stand here, to be also the project manager on behalf of DG Ener. I'm not doing this alone. That would be crazy work. I'm doing this with my colleague Katharina Hartmann, who's present here as well. I told her she can do also the closing speech, but she couldn't be bothered. That's not true. I took it gladly, but she could have be standing here as well as I am. She has been very much involved in the process. So I want to thank her, and of course I want to thank the excellent team that we have standing ready to implement this initiative, deliver benefits for citizens on the ground. They did a great job already with this kickoff conference, with all the deliverables that were provided, and I'm confident that they will continue to do so, because we have quite an unusual team standing ready. It is not an unexperienced team. It is a team that has also implemented on behalf of the European Commission the Energy Communities Repository and the Rural Energy Community Advisory Hub. Those two initiatives were extremely successful. We managed to support over 100 energy communities indirectly, and directly with direct technical assistance over 40 people, 40 initiatives. So this is significant, this means something, and we continue down that path. We continue with providing these services. Now on the horizon, direct technical assistance to more than 100 citizen energy projects. That is more impact, that is a larger initiative as well, but we could be paving the ground for something that is more permanent if it proves to be successful. So voila. That's all I wanted to say to you at this moment. I really thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it, and it's time to go to our families, to our homes, and to reflect on what we've learned, and I hope to see you for future discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Achille. So just a couple of final points, and then we have a drinks reception just out where you had coffee earlier today, which is a really good opportunity for those who are left in the room at least to network and to talk more and ask any further questions of the team. For those of you online as well who are still with us, thank you very much. So we have one last Slido for you, and it's I leave this event feeling, and you can let us know what you think. So we'll wait a minute so we have a bit more than 2 responses. So quite a broad mix. It looks like the majority feel stimulated, motivated, and inspired. That might be after the workshop session. But ready to share and take action with renewed energy. Excited about a potential new collaboration or partnership. Well, that's very good news. I mean, obviously, one of the many different goals of the conference, along with us sharing what the Citizen Energy Advisory Hub is providing, but also you providing input to us of exactly what you need from this initiative as well. But the final point was obviously, of course, networking is a real key part of today, and a lot of the different networking activities we have under the project. Perfect. So thank you very much for participating. We obviously really do value your feedback, so if you would please fill out the feedback form, that would be great, because that helps us also guide the second public conference that we will do under this project, but also any other activities that take place as well. I also want to thank all of you who are left in the room, all of you online as well. Thank you to DG Enna, to Achille and Katerina for their unwavering support through this very large project. Thank you to the CEAH team, for the facilitators in the room, for those of you who presented. There were so many of you today, and also to our speakers. I see some of you are also still here, so thank you very much for providing your inputs as well. They're very valuable. And with that, I leave you. So you can go ahead and obviously we welcome your continued participation over some drinks. So thank you very much, everyone.